shit you want about me and my career, but guess what? The accolades stack up.
Sinner's pass, but I sold prescriptions in the trash. Now I'm sitting back, 50 bills plaques, $20 million in a million bands. Middle fingers flipping, I can't flip them back. I'm so independent, so they get the message. I was spitting facts, I'm not a fiction fan. I am the truth. I am the truth. You can reach everybody, yo, close. You can be too drunk, way too high.
Not close with that one, and it's 1-2.
With 2 strikes, may see some movement over there at first base, trying to stay out of the double play right here.
Tied at 4. And down on strikes he goes.
Any excuse to explain why I've done what they can't do themselves.
Up
Only
next,
way they can make sense of my famous claim. I worship Satan and labels of health. I don't have an advantage. It's natural talent. Your ego is damaged. Admit that you failed. I remember that. I was the only one that
Fall off foul.
everyone who never gave a damn got political. It's on your back and track.
Thank you. Thank you. I kept on saying this. I said, dude, people want to complain about him bringing up politics, yet they want to rap about politics. So you want to tell this man he can't rap about politics? You want to go rap about politics? There's a lot of stuff that I need to break down here, and I was going to say I'd listen to it. You know what?
Here, you okay?
I'm going to listen to it.
No.
It's going to be a lot. There's a lot of stuff to address here, because he is answering everyone's been talking shit.
Mommy said she already took you at Harmony? Hey. Ow, you're biting me hard. All right. All right, Ghosty.
One down. Here's the second baseman, Jordan Westburg.
Okay, Harmony. At least I ain't gonna worry about it being alone. But they shit though, didn't they?
Pitch misses inside. Ball 1.
1-1.
And that one clips the corner. Got him looking. 2 gone.
So you happy now? Are you happy? Yeah. Come on, don't tell me. Wow.
Oh.
Here in the bottom of the ninth, 1 out.
This is not YouTube. This is
The next hit for the
Sitting in
Orioles.
Sony on my
1 for
telephone. I
3.
get what I want, how I want, when I want, until the day that I'm dead and gone. The internet in love with beef, they want rappers at war.
Swing
And I
the
don't care
ball
who's
hit
coming
out
at me, it's
towards
more
left
that I
center
wouldn't do
field.
this no more.
Base hit into the outfield. They'll throw to third. Ball comes in.
That wasn't fair.
And he
He got
slams on the brakes. Winning run stops at
Still
third
no
on
deal,
the
still
double.
no team, still just little me, still making fun of the whole industry, still rap on my own beats. I'm the only multi-millionaire in my family tree. I keep hearing rumors that my parents rich and that's how I got in the lead. That's a big L-I-E. If you want to know the truth, I guess I can show you what I move like this. Let me take you back and tell you about the whole game.
That was not close.
Being a
Swing and a miss, and he was fooled.
He's falling behind in a huge spot, but we've got to do what it takes to come through. Maybe choke up on the bat a little bit, spread out those feet, whatever it takes.
Yeah, I've had chills for the past 30 seconds and I can't feel my body.
We're in the last half of the ninth inning. And another ball. Swings and misses, struck him out. Stepping in, Jordan Westberg, 1 for 3. And the first pitch misses for ball 1. Curveball drops in for a strike.
Oh, damn well you did a few push-ups too before that scene. Looking over here like bang.
Next pitch misses way outside.
Now that I've blown up, they're mad that I've grown up. They missing my old stuff. They say my political music's all sounding the same and the flow suck. Never gonna be the old time. Capture the magic of old songs. Give me what I want, or I will go.
Missed inside with the curve.
This young and dumb, always getting drunk, taking hella drugs, living in the ghetto, no food for me.
Foul off again. And it remains 3-2. And the right-hander deals on the ground to the left. And it's just foul. That was close. Outside, and that is ball 4. And here is Jordan Westberg.
If you're a base runner, you've got to stay dialed in here. Look for anything in the dirt. Try your best to get into scoring position.
He's at the peak of the mountaintop.
1-0.
He's at the mountaintop.
This one in the air, center field. Isbell in and to his right. 2 down. So up next, Jordan Westberg, 1 for 3. And that's downstairs and
digital
outside.
sales charts of their website. I was outperforming label artists and executives, pressured them to hit the red light. Universal
Yep,
Warner Music, Sony, CEOs wanted me dead, but they ain't never gonna really kill me. They just cancel the digital charts instead. Stop telling me that anyone else is bigger than I am. Go get the Nielsen SoundScan numbers. Tell me what you find, man. It's the biggest I am. The
Two
haters that
strikes.
of
May
America
see
guess
some
it's a
movement
problem
over there.
because I'm
First
Canadian.
base, trying to stay out
In
of
the
the
States,
double
I get
play right here.
And a 1-2. Here goes the runner. Up the middle.
He addressed it. He addressed the biggest thing that people always bring up was like, dude, he's from Canada. We're all from a different fucking country. You know that we're all immigrants. If you just trace our lineage, this country's only 200 years old. You know that? A little over 200 years old. It baffles me. Like, yeah, he's from Canada. And the family's
no,
fire.
it's like
You know what I'm saying? Like,
more than that, dude. Know your shit. Sorry.
We're all fucking immigrants. He pays his bill. He just said, I just put up money for the veterans. What the fuck are you doing?
Idiot. I live in the States. I gave $200 grand to the veterans.
And he deals. Wouldn't chase that time.
Here's your basically get your bank account money. I'm crazy for telling me money. Just wait for this. I only doing this because
down the line, and it's foul.
When they see me in the public, then they trash me in the comments.
The 2-1.
With 2 strikes, may see some movement over there at first base, trying to stay out of the double play right here.
4-4 in the 9th. Rips one to right, and there's a hit. Lead runner touches second, headed for third. In there safely. One down. So next to hit for Baltimore.
Peach power is not high enough, man. Having trouble getting home run.
Been addicted to plenty of pills, power and mentally ill. If I can do it, you can do it. I want to listen to it.
Shit!
Try your best to get in the scoring position.
Fuck.
They got money, they got pennies, they got dollars, but they ain't been making any sense. They got this, they got
Appearance, let's go. I'll say feature.
Ball misses.
I like the dog like sleeping in the corner. I gotta break this down. Break this back. There's way too much to address here. It's like he took everyone's fuck shit and put it all in one song and just say this.
The next pitch misses.
Look at where I am today.
Man, oh man.
Keep bitching. Keep talking.
they got money, they got pennies, they got dollars, but they ain't been making any sense. They got this, they got dollars, I got 10, 11, 15, 20 cents. But this ain't always what my life was like. Honestly, it still give me chills. Way before I was songs, before I was living in Beverly Hills. Way before I was super dog. Back when me and Brandon couldn't pay the bills. Way back when I should have been locked up.
Jordan Westbrook,
Those are getting killed. This they called me from the hospital, said her job's killing her, and that was a fact. She working overtime. Then she's having panic attacks. Didn't let her finish again. Told her walk again, and the queen would come back. Next thing I know, she's in California and she's working for Hangover Daddy. Daddy always told me I was special, and one day I would conquer the music business. And I guess he was right, because look at my life. I just bought him a new Porsche for Christmas, and Mama worked harder than any woman on earth. Her boss would have never fired her. I recognized they were giving her what she was worth, so I retired her.
That misses the zone. 1-2 to count.
That's the biggest flex right there. I'm getting that got hangover gang messages coming from Discord. That is the biggest flex right there. You can talk about all the millions and all the plaques and all the shit, but once you take care of your family to that level, you know you have provided generational wealth and security for your bloodline.
Got him. 2 gone now.
That's a whole different level of success.
Now it's going to be
recognized they were giving her what she was worth, so I retired her.
And that's a little bit high. And that is ball 1. Oh, can't pick it up cleanly. Goes to second for 1.
He's in there.
Here's the second baseman, Jordan Westbrook. Fastball in for a strike, 0-1.
It's 0-1.
Am I tripping? Did he just say earlier that he was worth 10 to 15 mil and now he's 30? I just want to make sure I'm getting everything right. Let's see. There's probably a bar. Let's go back.
And that's ball 1. 1 down, winning run at first. Here in the last half of inning number 9. That to right. Renfro on his horse. Makes the grab on the run. 2 down. Here's Here in the bottom of the ninth, 1 out. Next for the Orioles, Jordan Westburg. Out front and foul to the left side.
Wait, I got one more thing I gotta say.
Anderson ready to work.
Swing and tap for the goal spot. I'm gonna keep going until I'm in it. And I promise to stop until I hit the can. Till the day that they're dropping my box in the ground, it's hangover
4. And the curve is down and in.
That was dope. I like at the end how he flipped it. So after getting all that shit, this is therapy for an artist, right? After getting all this shit off his chest, what does he do? He says, look, at the end of the day, yeah, I'm firing back. If you had an opinion on me, well, here's my opinion on you. How about you shut the fuck up and let me move the way that I move? Because I'm not worried about how you move. But at the end of the day, my biggest takeaway is I retired my family. I hope I inspire someone.
Jordan Westburg, the next to hit.
Earlier, he was saying, like, I gave you the blueprint to become successful as an independent artist. You could have at least given me a thank you. No, instead you want to hate on me and then go say music that I do. I've been saying for a long time, if people want to, like, go, dude, I'm telling you, going independent is the way to go today. And I want to talk more about these record labels and stuff. When he's talking about with SME, UMG, shit like that, Universal Music Group, Sony Music Entertainment, I have relationships with them as well. I will talk about that a little bit here, but look, I want to see something. Shout out to the whole family, the whole crew, the whole clique, and the pups. Where's the big old brown black guy? Where's the big old fatty? Where's the fatty that was laying on the ground?
1 down, winning run on at first.
He was laying there when Tom was rapping, just like, yeah, I've heard this before. He's good.
Swing and a miss.
All right, bring this back.
That's wild,
It's a long song, guys, so if you don't want to stick around for the breakdown, I totally get it. I kind of said a few things here. You might hear me repeat it. But this song deserves to be broken down. It deserves a double leg. I wish I could double leg shit.
To have the plate discipline to lay off of that pitch.
This is the hardest I've seen Tom go. And he's addressing all the bullshit that has been accumulating over the last few years. A couple of years, I would say, like the last 2 or 3 years. Since I've been on this platform. That's basically what I see here. Is him addressing all the bullshit. And I think he addressed it in the right way. But let me just make sure that I'm hearing everything correctly. Proper breakdown. Go like, go subscribe. Should love to Tom McDonald, of course. And it helps me out when you subscribe and comment. The algorithm, YouTube. It's a bitch. He knows that. If anyone's the king of fucking algorithms, it's Tom McDonald. I've always said that he's a genius. He comes back like, I'm not a genius. And I'm like, I know what you're doing. You trying to play chess while I'm playing chess. I'm moving my bishop. What's your next move? Tom's smart, dude. He's a very smart dude. You can't knock somebody for fucking taking care of their family. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters to them anyway. Any of us, we're just on the other side of the screen or a keyboard. You know, it's the people that are closest to you. And he took care of them. So I want to break down some of these bars. There were some things he said. There's a lot of things at face value, but there's some things he said that were very sneaky. Let's go, bring it back. You got to go now. I love you. Take care. I'm always here for you. All my social links.
See, I got to hit a home run, guys, so stop walking me.
I've been hearing that they think my political music is boring.
Heard it as well. I've heard people saying that shit, but I mean, it's not that he has to shed light on it. Who else is going to do it with this big of a platform? Not many.
I'm telling you, I'm sorry. I've been rapping about things that I feel are important. I can tell you how rich I am. All these little rappers that I'm bigger than. I can show you the impact addiction had.
How much early on a fastball?
And then for the rest of the song, what does he do? He keeps making callbacks to this.
The king was visiting Disneyland. I was a Christian got a sinner's pass, but I saw double scriptures in the trash. Now I'm sitting back with 50 billboard flags, $20 million, and a million fans. Middle fingers flipping.
All right, so this is where I'm getting confused. $20 million and 100 million fans?
Hit the trash. Now I'm sitting back with 50 billboard flags, $20 million, and a million fans.
A million fans. He's definitely got more than a million fans.
Middle fingers flipping. I got flip bag. I'm so independent, so they get the message. I've been spitting facts. I'm not a fiction fan. I'm the truth.
So digging in, Jordan Westburg.
You can be too drunk or too hot, but it's never too late. That's a hope.
I like that too. You could be drunk, you could be high, but listen, you could also sober the fuck up and get your life together. I'm also proof of that as well. I've been down the same road. I don't say the same road as Tom. All of our roads are different, but I was addicted to damn near everything.
I gotta quit swinging so fucking early on these fastballs.
Listen, it's Eagles. I'm thinking Eagles now.
Next to hit, Jordan Westburg. 1 for 3.
He was just center's pass earlier than he also was in the pre-share.
And I'm late on a curveball. Come on, guys.
You got to stay dialed in here. Look for anything in the dirt. Try your best to get into scoring position.
Tied at 4.
I've been seeing that too. Oh, it's not so the soul. He's Illuminati now because he's on TV stations and he's talking about his music. No, dude has just gotten so popular on YouTube and has touched on political points on both sides of the aisle. This whole time, everyone's like, "Oh, Tom's right-wing," and he came back like, "Dude, I'm on the fucking fence."
About time.
This whole thing, come attack me like, "Well, you stand for nothing. You don't stand for anything. You fall for everything." But I didn't say I'm standing in the middle. I'm standing for something. I'm standing for the bullshit on both sides. I want to see what the fuck is real. I want to see my fucking president, my Congress people who take care of me or are supposed to work for me, go on 3-hour podcasts and be them fucking selves instead of reading off a teleprompter or falling down a staircase or jumbling some words.
So now here's the D8. Blaze Alexander.
It's not natural talent either. I know what he's saying. It's natural talent. He does have that. It's the hard work. He's been in this game for over a decade.
The 0-1.
When you've been mixing and bouncing down tracks and making music videos and putting that work in, it pays off. Perfect example. I'm not saying this is the best fucking channel in the world. Go watch my first fucking YouTube video. It's still posted. I still keep it up so you guys can see how I started. I was a totally different fucking person.
Righty to the plate.
And now you can see a channel that has grown. It's the same thing with music. Yeah. When I was rapping at 15, 16, 17 years old, it was nothing compared to when I was 27. You know what I'm saying? It was totally different.
That's an extra base hit. Oh, no, that's a good throw.
Your ego was damaged and that you failed. So all you people talking shit, you're just upset. It's self-reflection. You're pissed off because I became successful.
Pitch misses, and that's ball 1.
Okay. He said tragic. That's one thing, too. Yeah, this should be positive. Now I'm breaking shit down. And this is what happens
when I'm done.
Reaction channels is...
He'll score. It's 4.
That was a weird noise from my throat. Water went down the wrong pipe. Sorry there. Pause. Reaction channels, what they'll do is that when their videos aren't getting enough views, which I really don't give a fuck about, they'll start leaning into controversial topics or politics mostly. And then they go full-blown politics because they see that's what brings the views. Guess what? YouTube don't play that shit. If you lean too far one way or you start like reposting some like clips, they're gonna fucking pull your channel down. It's happened to tons of channels. You all know that.
Exact same spot. Go, dude. Instead, I get a home run.
Dugout going, and the Braves walk it off in extra innings.
This is not YouTube, this is upper echelon. President of Sony on my telephone. I get what I want, how I want, when I want, until the day that I'm dead and gone.
So he's saying the president of Sony. Now he's saying Sony Music Entertainment. He's on the phone with the president of Sony Music Entertainment. So maybe he does have a few connections within the industry, but it doesn't mean that he's a signed artist. But they might be able to put him in touch with some people, some perks and benefits to being as big as you are as independent artists, because of course their main goal is to recruit eventually. But what Tom's probably doing is just probably has a good relationship with somebody and uses the opportunities that he's given to advance his career. Wouldn't we all?
Tony on my telephone, I get what I want, how I want, when I want, until the day that I'm dead and gone.
Down for the out.
Coming at me, I swore that I wouldn't do this no more. The last time I battled the man that I trained, lost his career in the head of the force. That was a fair.
Here in the bottom of the ninth, just stepping in for the Rangers.
That was one of the hardest parts of this whole thing, dude. He's talking about Mac Lethal, if I'm not mistaken, dude. He's saying, like, look, I'm not doing beefs no more. Last time I got into a beef, it was so fucking bad that, one, it murdered his career. Two, we ended up getting a divorce now because I'm fucking carrying his corpse everywhere that I know is dead weight. I can't deal with that anymore. I'm not going to ruin somebody else's career.
I wasn't fair. I feel the weight carrying
To the right side.
Still no deal, still no team, still just
And he
let
handles it himself for the out.
Street still rap my own beats.
I like that. Still rapping my own beats. Now you can see right here, it's all the tracks being bounced down. So from the top, vocals, and you can see all the ad-libs being thrown in. Well, I mean, instrumental, the beats, then you can see everything else from the vocals being laid to the ad-libs here. Anything else they might have added, like little pianos, violins.
Yeah, how did I not hit that?
This is him showing you his setup. This is where he records his music. I mean,
Next pitch
it's similar to my setup is in the back. That's why I have my laptop open right now. Yeah, we almost have the same exact. If you look at our mics, we damn near have the same fucking mic. It's the same. You can't see 'cause it's blurry as shit, but it's right there. It's the same thing. We got like the same pop filter and everything. You can record music at home and do very well for yourself. It's just, are you able to break through and appeal to the masses and pick a target audience, which he has done?
Only multi-millionaire on my family tree. I keep hearing rumors that my parents rich and that's how I got in the lead. That's a big L-I-E. If you want to know the truth, I guess I can show you why I move like this. Let me take you back into and tell you about
Here's the left fielder, Justin Foscue.
Yeah, he's basically, you already saying it right there. It's at face value. I should be alive today. What did he say in the beginning? Okay, you want me to talk about this shit? I'll talk about it. So he's going to give you the whole story.
Like a sinker. So technically, his fastball is labeled as a sinker. In the air, left field. Sizing this one up. Squeezes it. Runner tagging for third. Now he decides against it, and
he said I couldn't stomach the food I was making, dude. He was just saying, like, I couldn't even eat this shit. Like, I couldn't stomach the position I was in. I couldn't even eat that food, but I had to. I had no choice. But he even talked about when he was basically going, to the churches and getting
He's kind of a prototypical bullpen
juice
in today's game. Electric stuff that results in a ton of strikeouts in a tough spot like this. That is a big-time benefit. Man at second.
That's a ball. As a hitter, when a guy like this comes into the game, you feel like he's standing on top of you, and it's just attack mode.
If you park with someone's spot, you're expecting to get a swing and bash the fuck in. More than likely getting fucking stolen, actually. Yeah.
And the pitch. Fouls it off. Still 1-2. In the dirt. And the runner holds. The Astros leading by 3. We're in the last half of the 9th inning.
Come on.
Struck him out.
They say my political music so sounded the same in the flow song.
Stepping in for the
I like that. So you hear a little eerie. And he's just looking around,
center.
like admiring everything.
I just can't get a base hit.
Vicious. They missing my old stuff. They say my political music so sounding the same in the flow song. I'm never gonna be the old time. Shit, the magic of old songs. I'm no time. You the old time. Give me what I want.
Yeah, it's one of the most annoying things too, is when somebody's just like, you don't react to this, you don't do this, and I'm gonna go. It's like, dude, this is not a fucking airport. You don't have to announce your departure. Just fucking leave then. It's like the weirdest thing ever.
There's a swing
and to be an artist and people pushing you to make music one way, he's like, dude, I can't go back to who I was. That's not who I am.
Damn time, shit.
You want this, but I can't give you that because it doesn't exist anymore, man. The people get selfish with artists.
Music's all sounding the same in the flow song. I'm never gonna be the old time or recapture the magic of old songs. I'm no time, you the go time. Give me what I want or I will go time. I'm not the guy that you fell in love with when I was young and dumb. Always getting drunk, taking hella drugs, living in the ghetto, no food for a month. Couldn't make it to the shower filled with towels, moving hella bugs. That was the old time, that was the old time. Stop saying this.
New inning getting started. And now for the Jays, Alejandro Kirk. And it's fouled away.
This pitcher's done a good job of
I also like how he just said, like, look, and then once I'm famous, all of a sudden people want to give me a bunch of free shit. That's how it is. Once you're rich and famous, then all of a sudden people want to just give you everything to be on your good side.
And he is down on strikes for the third straight at bat. Here's the shortstop at the plate, Ernie Clement. That one's in there. Strike one.
This lineup is having a tough time finding a good rhythm at the plate. Their swings are disjointed, which tells me they're having issues with pitch recognition.
Not even close there. And the count is 1-2.
Who is he talking about specifically? If somebody could comment down below, that would be helpful. But see, I would say him and Joyner Lucas would be two of the biggest independent artists if we're talking like actual numbers. It would have to be.
What about Tech 9?
4.5 million subscribers, right? But Joyner Lucas has also been doing this just about as long.
Pretty amazing, going way back. Possibly the best center fielder I've ever seen.
So they're both near each other. So that, and to be next to Joyner Lucas, right, him being like fully independent,
2 out, space is empty,
and only really working with independent artists. I mean, he's had some features with some, but no, mostly just all from streams, which he gets into here in a second.
The 1-2. Through there, got it. Back here in Houston, all set to start the 9th in this one. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa up to the plate.
You're still paying to be verified. Yeah, they always ask me if I'm verified. I'm like, no, that fucking shit verified. What the fuck? I got the little poop emoji right here. I don't even see it. It's fucking, he's at the podium.
Right side.
The reason that Bill used all the digital sales charts on their website. I was outperforming label artists and executives pressured him to hit the red light.
Which he did, and then they would not give him #1 spots.
Comes up to him.
They would, people with less views, they would get #1 spots over him. He would have to fucking fight and hop with a phone. Like, no, I can see this shit. You can see it's public record. Like, come on, man, what the fuck are you doing? You're fucking me here. They fucked him over so many times, man.
Sales charts on their website. I was outperforming label artists and executives pressured them to hit the red light. Universal Music, Sony, CD.
Over to a break. One up, one down.
Jimmy, they just canceled the digital charts instead.
Anyone
else bigger than I did? Go with the Nielsen.
That one's in there, 0-1.
They're angry that I love America. Guess it's a problem because I'm Canadian.
Foul back our way, and that's out of play. A wind in the pitch. Gets a piece and stays alive. The pitch.
It needs to be Shawn Michaels. That was the way I told him to suck it.
It wouldn't have been 93. It would have been like 97, 98.
He's talking about how he has the most out of any artist.
Here's Kevin Kiermaier.
Joyner Lucas has 2.4 billion. He also has, I'm not a racist, you know, a lot of big hits. I'm not saying Tom. Pull away from the video. Shit, hold
We go to the 9th, and now Isaiah.
This is where I do a little bit of research. We got to do a little bit of research here just to make sure.
Working on a perfect game.
Saying he's wrong.
Right through there for
it's a little bit different too, because
right now, every player defensively.
Joyner Lucas has had huge features like that.
That's off the mark.
You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit different.
They want to make sure they have the
yeah, he's got 1.5
in the history books. They're going to make the play.
Really confused by himself.
That misses.
That's without having him out now.
That pitch is outside. Battling here as he fouls it away.
I like that. So some Braves, he went all the way back to the whole preacher, going to church scheme. So, of course, he keeps having these callbacks. It's all callbacks. Everything's a callback. Even a callback to his former self, which cannot be anything.
Base is empty, one away. Here at the top of the ninth.
So remember this, he said right here, the word is about 11 inches later. So it's a bunch of fucking callbacks. It's genius.
Pitch misses, and the count is 2-2. Good eye right there.
Countful.
Come on! The same fucking dude twice.
An end to the perfect game here in the ninth.
Turn the abuse into your evolution. So take all the negatives, you can turn it into a positive.
You know what? Let's pitch like
you
you
gotta know
do.
how to hustle.
It's not that's not think
Lock
like
up the
what
bat.
the dude's
Make that
doing.
movie.
We're gonna
No,
get 2 strikes and
he's
then we're gonna
right.
do what we do.
If you take all that hate and you just don't victimize yourself, you can become great.
Right now, they just don't have it.
Bigger than you thought you ever
try to
could
slur
be
first.
anything or master anything that you
They'll do
want.
it again.
He just didn't know what he was able to do.
If I can do it, you can do it. I went from homeless and drunk to turning down record deals. So many balls and I forget the wins.
There's the big pump right there, the big guy with the tennis ball.
They got money, they got pennies, they got dollars, but they ain't been making any sense.
The pitch that shuts him down, the slider. He didn't swing at
any
it.
money.
They got pennies, they got dollars, but they ain't been making any sense. They got hundreds, they got thousands, I got 10, 11, 15, 20.
Fucking fastball does not
So second time he said
go.
20 million. Okay, so we got 20 mil.
That one, it's a strikeout.
Still give me chills.
And now the shortstop.
What's up, Miguel?
Still a ways to go, but this is can't miss stuff right now.
Overdose for getting killed.
Just
They call me
misses.
from the hospital.
How about Brandon right there?
Bill said her job's killing her, and that was a fact. She working overtime.
Catches
She
the
was
zone,
having panic
and it's
attacks.
1-1.
Finished again,
One
told her
down,
to
base
again,
is
and the
empty.
couldn't go back. Next thing I know, she's in California,
Like
and she's
that
working for
time, it's strike two.
And Daddy always told me I was special, and one day I would conquer the music business. And I guess he was right.
Offering
'Cause look at
misses
my
down
life.
and away.
I just bought him a new Porsche for Christmas, and Mama worked harder than any woman on earth. Her boss would have never have fired her. I recognized they were giving her what she was
One out,
worth,
base
so
is
I
empty.
retired her. This ain't trust. This ain't good. This ain't so much. This is hard.
Just off the inside corner, and it's a full count. Now fly ball to right center. He's got it to up 2 down.
He's saying, like, dude, you don't understand, man. Like, I was literally on death's doorstep. But I said, no, fuck that. I did not turn around. And I decided to pick up the pieces of myself and rebuild myself into who I am today. So
And
fuck
that's
you
in
for
there
hating.
at the knees.
It really looks like these hitters have been in between with their timing today. Good fastball, excellent slider, but they've not been able to commit to one velocity and stay there.
2 down.
That's where I was getting confused. Now it's just $30 million. So it's a 5, 10, 15, 20. Then it was 20 in the beginning. Now it's 30 million. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's very successful.
Sit down, bitch.
Back here in Houston.
Alright, so this dude's usually easy to get.
Left up to the plate. That clips the inside corner for a strike.
0-1.
I'm hitting the fastball down here.
On their toes like never before.
Next offering is in
I'm
for a
hitting
strike.
another
But he's
fastball
not
up
only
here.
God, they're
They have the opportunity to put
Who
this
is that a
pressure
shot?
on the
Who is that a shot at?
to play.
He's taking shots.
Threw it in. That's a strikeout.
I want to hit him.
It's like individual.
But I feel like I can get it. I want to earn it.
If
he gets a hit this time, I'm gonna hit him this
One,
time.
no strikes.
If he's hurt me twice,
Pray to God reference, so of course, religious scheme coming off of the churches and stuff.
Y'all cannot critique me. Y'all ain't in my league still. All your hate completes me. I can be killed. Y'all just want to beat me. Make me be chill. We were bleeding to the we feel. See, you can beat me. You keep still. He tell me you don't eat me.
This is 2-2.
Everybody say that I'm fake. You're gonna be faking it.
let's go.
Struck him out. Now only 1 out remaining. So they're down to the final out. It's George Springer.
Yeah.
And that's in there for strike one.
See? That's a major call out.
Good eye on that.
1-1.
Right side in the
Ball game.
Yeah, we can name a few artists that have recently been taken.
Hey, Tip.
Tom McDonald.
Tom McDonald released a new song. I know how much you like him. Yeah. So I need to add I mean, it's okay. It's just I haven't always, I haven't been a Tom McDonald fan, so home runs with Tops Now series. So who's my left fielder? I got to get stolen bases. I think you'll like pretty much anything Tom puts out because he's a reality rapper. Like yeah. I think you'll enjoy him. I'm confused on how okay, so the last one is Blanco. How am I supposed to complete this collection? And by the time you get it, you've got it. So confused. All right. So that's that. We're going to be completing that. I need to go put dude in my lineup. Manage squad. Put him up here. And I need Conforto in my lineup as well. There's nowhere to put him. I mean, there is. How fast is he? He is slow. Sorry, Justice. Until I get the shit I need for Conforto, you're out. And I don't have a legit left fielder. So this is also what I got to do. Yes, perfect. Have Conforto hit after Acuna, have Acuna on second, Conforto on first, have a double steal, and hope that works. Guarantee there's some new conquests. Ooh, that one's nice. There's two new ones. That's a big boy right there. So anytime anybody new watching, I'm pretty sure everybody's been watching, been playing the game. But anytime that you start a conquest, always hit triangle and then go over here and see if there's something that you got to do on the first try. Okay, so there's nothing that you got to do in a certain order. Go ahead and take out the Braves first, though. And since I need award series, I'm going to pitch with Garrett.
Somebody had to do some.
Okay, all set to go. Stepping in the long. And a swing and a miss
Good
there.
slider.
0-1.
The only place that you will see Spencer Strider pitching is on MLB The Show. His season is
I hope you
done.
all have had a great start to your April. Today's video is another redo. This time the 1998 Thurston High School shooting executed by 15-year-old Kipling Kinkle. It'll be my longest video to date. I hope that you guys find this new version more informative. I did my best to gather as much information as I possibly could, so I'm curious to see if you learn anything new about this case from my video. I really went down a rabbit hole with this one, and I probably spent at least 30 hours on the research and writing alone. So again, I hope you enjoy it. As always, if you have any information to add, or if I made a mistake anywhere, please leave it in the comments below. I will do my best to make sure anything that needs to be added is pinned. Quickly, before we get into the case, I'd like to remind you guys that I have a membership that you can join. I offer a few perks, such as the ability to watch videos 24 hours early, and even being able to pick a case or two that I cover each month. I recently changed the tiers, so make sure to take a look if you are interested.
Hey guys, for anybody listening,
Without any further ado, let's get right into today's...
what I'm listening to is Documenting Evil. He's very interesting. His shows are, I like them. So go to his channel, like and subscribe. And if you like Documenting Evil.
case.
He talks about school shootings or just shootings in America in general.
Kipling Philip Kinkle, who also goes by Kip, was born on August 30th, 1982. He was the second child, with his older sister Kristen being 5 years old when he was born. Both of his parents, William and Faith, were teachers who taught Spanish at different schools. His mom at Springfield High School, and his father at Thurston High School. During the time of this case, his father had already retired, but his mother was still working. Those who knew the family reported that his parents were very loving and supportive to their two children.
I knew he was going to get thrown out. I just need a stolen base with left field.
And those who knew them reported that they had high expectations for their kids. They were always expecting the best from him. Kip later stated that he suffered no abuse whatsoever from his parents during the time he was growing up. When Kip was 6 years old, he and his family spent a year in Spain, where he attended a Spanish-speaking kindergarten. His older sister, Kristen, recalled that, despite the fact that both of their parents were Spanish teachers, Kip struggled a lot with his schooling in Spain. This may have a large part to do with the language barrier, but as we will soon find out, Kip struggled a fair amount with some aspects of his schooling, regardless of the added complications of learning in a different language. Eventually, the family of four made their way back to Springfield, Oregon, where they lived full-time.
That's what Griffey does, guys.
Nestled in the woods. Kip began to attend an elementary school in a neighboring town, where he was described by his first-grade teachers as underdeveloped, both physically and emotionally. Kip's teachers recommended to his parents that he retake the first grade, as he was not at the level he should have been at by this point. Being teachers themselves, Kip's parents understood how important it was for their children to do well in school, and they wanted to do what was best for him, so they had him retake the grade. As I'm sure you can imagine, this was very hard on Kip. He was reportedly frustrated because everyone else in his family seemed to excel, while he struggled immensely. According to later interviews with Kristen, she said that no one else in the family had difficulty with school to the extent that Kip did. It was also tough for him to watch all of his friends advance to the next grade, while he was forced to stay behind. Kip got through his second year of first grade, and was finally able to move on to the second grade. Kip's second grade teacher recalled that he was an average student in terms of his behavior, stating that he didn't have any major disciplinary problems. She did, however, agree that Kip struggled heavily when it came to his writing. He was apparently having a lot of issues with his motor skills, and spelling in particular. According to PBS.org, Kip even had trouble spelling his own last name, and that his level of anxiety as well as frustration during this time was abnormally high. The site also reports that it got to the point where his parents were concerned that he may have an undiagnosed learning disability. He apparently did not meet the requirements to be tested, so he continued his schooling as normal. Kip's parents were reportedly helping him as much as they could with his schoolwork, and they continued this habit throughout his life. During the next few years, Kip's intelligence really started to shine. Despite his difficulty with writing, he excelled in math and science. He was even placed in a gifted and talented program for these subjects during 4th grade. In the same grade,
PBS.org reports that Kip was finally diagnosed with a learning disability. They don't state which one it was exactly, but I did read on other sources that he had been diagnosed with dyslexia at some point, so I believe this is what it was. Not much is reported about his life during the next few grades, so we are just going to skip on ahead to right before Kip started middle school. Kip's first rifle was gifted to him on his 12th birthday from his father. His interest in them had been growing for a while, but his parents weren't completely on board at first. According to Kristen's later interviews, up until the point he got a gun, the Kinkles were very anti-anything to do with violence. Ultimately, after serious debate and outside perspective from family friends, they made the decision to get him a gun. According to OregonLive.com, Kip's father was hoping that he could channel his fascination for firearms in a positive way. His parents couldn't have known at the time that Kip was severely struggling with his mental health.
So, never mind, you're in there. Hey, what's up, Jasper?
Ground ball up the middle.
So would you, if your child wanted a gun, would you get your child a gun?
And it's a 1-2-3 inning. And welcome back to the ballpark. Here's a big power.
Like, I'm talking about like 12, 13 years old.
And that's off the inside edge.
At what age would you get your child a gun?
That helped Olsen in 2023, a stance adjustment, and that as well kept him more balanced for less swing and miss.
Either way.
Next offering is in for a strike.
Is there any certain age you would?
And a ground ball to first, and foul ball.
Because a lot of these school shootings happen with kids whose parents allow them to play with guns or who bought.
Foul ball there.
That fastball at the bottom of the
Who, the
zone
kid?
can be very effective.
Well, this one right here I'm listening to, he just had an obsession with guns, and because nobody in the family really, messed with guns, but his dad went ahead and got him a gun, hoping to use it in a positive manner. Like, have him. I mean, obviously it doesn't end well, or else I wouldn't be,
Here's Sean Murphy.
Yeah. I just feel that, shit. This dude just hit a home run. I just feel that,
2 outs, base is empty. Marcelo Zuna, the next.
No, I feel like you don't deserve a gun until you're old enough to get it yourself.
Strike one.
Well, I mean, even a teenager, 16 years old and whatnot. What if they wanted one?
Yeah, the count even 1-1. And that's outside. Holding on to a 1-run lead, bottom half of inning number 2. They tried to get him to chase on a slider down and away.
So you say it's okay for them to get guns?
3-2 now. The 3-2 is off the outside edge, and
I still differ. Like, you can't get a gun until you're old enough to buy it yourself.
Emmanuel Clase gets the ball.
Non-violence.
He has a great slider with tons of movement. Adam Duvall in the box now. Takes strike one. That one finds the zone, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, they feel superior.
We're back to start the third, and there's a new arm on the mound.
All right, back to the show.
They did. I'm sure they would have made a different decision. When later speaking to examining psychiatrists, Kip told them that he had been hearing voices in his head ever since he was 12 years old. He described these voices as Voice A, who would insist that Kip commit violent acts.
I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. They
and Voice C,
understand.
who continually repeated what Voice A and B said.
Here's the 0-2.
According to HuffPost.com, Kip stated that the first time he heard one, it was a male voice that said, quote, "You need to kill everyone in the world." From there, the voice continued, but soon it multiplied into the 3 distinct voices that would torment Kip day and night. He recalled that the voices often talked very to each other about Kip, as if he couldn't hear them. He stated that they would continuously belittle and mock him. Kip didn't want anyone to know about the voices, so he did his absolute best to not display any symptoms that would cause people to catch on. And it worked. No one in his life seemed to notice that he was going through this. Kip later said in an interview that he finally landed on an explanation for the voices, quote, "I believe that the Disney Corporation was working in conjunction with the U.S. government, and they had planted a chip in my head, and so the voices were coming from this chip." According to his interview, another part of this was that he apparently became obsessed with the theory that foreign invaders were plotting to take over America. This is the reason he claimed as to why he went on to gain such an interest in owning many guns and wanting to know how to make his own bombs.
Wow.
I'm only going to touch on the chip and foreign invader aspect here, since no other sources that I found have any information regarding this, so just keep it in the back of your mind. Moving on, it was around this time in his life that Kip's older sister, Kristen, went off to college in Hawaii. Her departure was tough on Kip. According to Kristen, she was somewhat of a mediator between Kip and their parents, since there was such a large age gap between them. Apparently, when she left, his relationship with his mom and dad became a little strained. Kip was also said to be getting bullied at school. He told people around him that other kids would push him around, and even shove his face into the water at the water fountain. Kip was eventually enrolled in karate, and his parents hoped that these classes would help boost his self-esteem. He was a very small kid, so this helped him learn how to defend himself a little better. He took the classes for a few months, but ultimately stopped attending. As kids usually do when they reach their preteen and teen years, Kip started to act out. When he was in 7th grade, he and a few friends ordered some how to make homemade bombs books from their school's computer and had them shipped to the school. When they arrived, Kip and his friends were caught immediately. Kip's parents obviously found out about this and were very concerned. They began to question if the kids that Kip was hanging out with were good influences. As we will find out, Kip ended up getting a hold of these books one way or another. They would be found in his things years after the fact. Kip got into even more trouble at school, so his parents made the decision to pull him out of school early and homeschool him for the remaining 2.5 months of 7th grade. Kip's behavior continued to go downhill from there, because in the next year, he was caught stealing from a local store. Kip also began to exhibit a far more intense fascination with firearms and explosives around this time. He would assemble his own gasoline bombs and set them off in a quarry for fun. But it only got worse. On January 4th, 1997, 14-year-old Kip and a friend were arrested 2.5 hours away from Springfield, in Bend, Oregon, while on a snowboarding trip. The arrest came after one of them threw a 12-inch wide rock off of an overpass, and it struck an occupied car below. Kip was adamant that he wasn't the one to actually send the rock over, that he was just there at the time. Despite his claims, he got into a lot of trouble over this, which set into motion a few drastic actions by his parents. Kip's relationship with his father was already suffering at this point due to his difficult behavior, but by now it had started to deteriorate fast. William was at his wit's end over Kip's troublesome actions, and it understandably put a massive strain on their relationship. The Bend arrest, along with his prior concerning behavior, led his parents to seek out professional help. Kip's mother in particular was really starting to worry about it. His actions were becoming a major problem, and paired with uncontrollable anger, it was a recipe for disaster. The fact that Kip was also showing an interest in guns and explosives made Faith even more insistent on pursuing help for him. It got so bad that his parents felt forced to enroll him in anger management classes, and even had him evaluated by a psychologist, whose name was Jeffrey Hicks.
Jeffrey
Faith went
Dahmer.
with Kip to see Dr. Hicks, but his father never did. According to Dr. Hicks, they discussed this, and he came to the conclusion that William was not convinced that seeing a psychologist would help.
We gotta
The
keep
session
Ronald at
spanned over the
first
course of 6
and get
months.
Michael on.
During the meetings, Kip talked about his home life, and a lot about how he felt he wasn't good enough for his parents. He apparently became fearful when discussing his relationship with his father. Kip stated that his mother saw him as a good kid with bad habits, while his father saw him as a bad kid with bad habits.
Oh, leaving him here.
Kip was careful with his words.
Now I'm gonna get a
because he
double
didn't
steal
want to
so I
be
can
labeled
get
as mentally
steal with
ill.
the left
But he
foot.
occasionally slipped up, sometimes stating to Dr. Hicks that he had no motivation to do anything, mentioning that eating had become a chore. According to Dr. Hicks, Kip showed no symptoms of delusional thinking or other thought disorder symptoms. We know based on Kip's later statements that this is far from the truth, but he must have been good at hiding the signs. Kip was eventually diagnosed with clinical depression and was prescribed Prozac. His father was also advised to take it easy on Kip. In addition to Dr. Hicks, Kip was also taken to the Skipworth Juvenile Facility to meet with another psychologist, Dr. John Crumbly. This was mainly as a result of Kip's arrest in Bend. According to Dr. Crumbly, Kip's parents were exceptional. He thought that their many actions to get him help and forcing him to take responsibility for his behavior was impressive. Dr. Crumbly also stated that Kip was not a typical delinquent teen like he was used to treating. Apparently, Kip was quite remorseful following the incident and responded well to the consequences of his actions. It was finally decided that Kip would have to complete 32 hours of community service for his part in the crime. He also was made to write an apology letter and pay for the damages that the rock caused to the car. Dr. Crumbly did not see any major anomalies with either Kip or his family in general. After about 9 sessions with Dr. Hicks, Kip's treatment was discontinued because Dr. Hicks, as well as Kip's parents, felt that he was in a much better place. Kip, however, continued the Prozac prescription. Kristen later said, quote, "I remember my mom calling me very excited, telling me that Kip is doing so much better. The psychologist even said, 'You don't even have to come see me anymore. You're doing that much better.'" About 2 or 3 months later, his condition apparently improved enough that Kip wanted to discontinue the Prozac, which his parents and Dr. Hicks agreed to. Even though the psychologist didn't see any major problems with Kip, he was indeed starting to go down a rough path, which will become evident soon. His behavioral issues at school continued and started to get more and more violent. According to HeraldTimesOnline.com, Kinkle would talk to friends about harming cats and would often brag about making pipe bombs. I was unable to figure out exactly when this happened, but sometime around the age of 14 or 15, Kip was suspended from school for 2 days after he kicked another student in the head.
Damn.
The other student apparently either shoved him or called him a name, which angered Kip. It's reported that not too long after, Kip was suspended once again, this time for 3 days, after he threw a pencil at another student. By the age of 15, Kip owned 2 more guns, a 9mm Glock handgun and a Ruger .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle, both of which were given to him by his father. Accounts vary greatly on when exactly he received both of these guns, but all state that he owned them by this age. The guns were given to Kip under the condition that he used them safely and never without supervision. According to OregonLive.com, Kip soon broke this deal, as the neighbors heard him firing them off in the backyard with nobody present. Kip's father, William, promptly took the firearms away and locked them in a gun safe which he stored under he and his wife's bed, with the key kept around his neck. Kip eventually graduated from middle school and moved on to high school. It's reported that over the summer of 1997, Kip acquired another gun, this time a .22 caliber Ruger Mark II pistol. This was a little hard to narrow down, because according to PBS.org, Kip's parents were completely unaware that he now owned a 4th gun. Other sources claim, however, that William was the one to buy Kip this handgun as well. I'm sorry that I'm not able to give you guys a clearer version of events. Either way, it's important to know that he now had moderately easy access to 4 firearms. When the next school year came around, Kip was enrolled at Thurston High School, where his father had previously taught Spanish. His father thought it would be a good idea to have Kip join the school's football team. He made the team, which could have been because of his father's connections and reputation with the school. He was a scrawny kid and made it known that he wanted to start working out so he could be bigger. It's reported that Kip had been in a relationship with a girl around this time. Apparently, their relationship came to an end sometime his freshman year of high school. Strangely, there is little to no information surrounding this relationship, so I'm going to assume it wasn't very serious. However, in later journal entries recovered by authorities, Kip speaks about a girl he seemed to be close with, though it isn't 100% clear who he is talking about in his notes. The tone and subject of the writings lead me to believe they were about this ex-girlfriend. Moving on, Kip's fellow classmates described his behavior as odd and morbid. He apparently constantly spoke about committing violent acts, even telling his classmates that he was going to join the army after graduating, so he could know what it was like to kill someone. Obviously, Kip was dealing with a lot of concerning issues. He was showing signs of paranoid schizophrenia, with the voices that he had been hearing definitely supporting this. The voices got nastier as time went on, and it was getting harder for Kip to ignore them. He continued doing his best to hide the signs in fear of being labeled a freak. A little bit into his freshman year, Kip reportedly gave an extensive how to make a bomb speech in class. I read that another student gave a speech on how to join the Church of Satan, so I guess Kip's topic wasn't too out of the ordinary. I'll be honest, I'm a little confused as to why Kip wasn't looked at further following his speech. It seems wildly concerning that a freshman in high school was able to not only make a detailed report about how to construct a bomb in the first place, but was allowed to present it as well. While it's true that school shootings and similar attacks weren't as common in 1998 as they are today, they were nowhere near unheard of. The number of incidents that occurred in the 1990s depends on the source, but it's safe to say that there were over 100 school shootings that took place in the 90s alone. I find it strange that no one thought to look into him as a threat to the school. Anyway, Kip also apparently read from his journal in a literature class, sharing his plans to kill everybody. I will go into more detail about his journal entries later in the video, so stay tuned for that. No sources that I was able to find state that Kip got into any sort of trouble over these two presentations. I wasn't able to find out if he was even talked to regarding these two incidents. In fact, I did read that when the school superintendent was asked about why they didn't suspend Kinkle after this, he said, quote, "If we detained every student who said, 'I'm going to kill someone,' we would have a large number of students detained." According to PBS.com, one of Kip's friends claimed that he was intrigued by shootings that had taken place in the recent months. His friend said, quote, "He reacted to the other school shootings, their shortcomings almost, how they failed. He talked about how, not that he'd do it that exact way, like, go to school and shoot people, but if he was going to go out, he would try to take as many people out with him. And also, if he was going to shoot people, like at a school, that he'd kill himself. And he couldn't believe that the other kids didn't just shoot themselves, instead of sitting there and being arrested. That's what he'd say." It was somewhere around this time that Kip started complaining to his friends that his parents were trying to take all of his guns away. Kip's violent thoughts showed themselves more and more as the year went on. Students recall that Kip's notebooks were covered in drawings of guns, bombs, and other violent images. Looking back, it is beyond clear that Kip was dealing with some severe mental issues. He stated himself that he did whatever he could to hide the signs from those around him, so I'm not surprised that more people, including his psychologists, didn't pick up on them. I just wish he had gotten help for this, and it didn't turn into the tragedy that soon unfolded. Now, let's move on to the events that make this case so well known. On Wednesday, May 20th, 1998, Kip met up with a friend at school to buy a stolen Beretta Model 90 .32 caliber handgun. After paying $110, Kip took the gun and put it in his locker. The handgun belonged to another schoolmate's dad, Scott Keeney, and was reported missing the same day. Scott gave police a list of names of students who may have been involved, and despite Kip not being on the list, he was eventually questioned anyway. Kip was checked for weapons, and stated, quote, "Look, I'm going to be square with you guys. The gun's in my locker." Authorities found the fully loaded handgun, right where he said it would be. Clearly, Kip was immediately suspended from Thurston High School, pending an expulsion hearing. Kip and the friend who sold the gun to him were both arrested and taken to the police station. There, he was fingerprinted, photographed, and charged with possession of a firearm in a public building, along with a felony charge of receiving a stolen weapon. According to Al Worthen, the detective who interviewed Kip, he was extremely worried about what his parents were going to think of him. He was also reportedly scared that his parents would be embarrassed of his behavior when their friends and neighbors found out. His parents were respected members of the community, and like stated before, they expected great things out of their kids. It's not difficult to understand why Kip would be so nervous about them finding out.
Shit.
A few hours later, Kip was released from police custody and driven home by his father. On the way home, his father, William, reportedly told Kip that he would be sent to military school if he did not clean his act up. Kip later stated that he barely heard his father on the drive because the voices in his head were booming. On the way home, the two of them stopped to get food at Burger King. Kip later stated that while inside of the building, his father turned to him and said, quote, "You disgust me," before leaving Kip alone in the restaurant. At that moment, the voices that Kip had been hearing started telling him to get his rifle and kill his father. Some sources claim that the conversation about sending him away later took place at home. The only thing that matters is that Kip got a hard talking to from his father, While it's not known exactly what happened when they got home, those who knew the family
Come
stated that they wouldn't
on.
be surprised if William came down hard on Kip for his actions. Scott Keeney, the one who owned the stolen gun, called William later that afternoon when he heard Kip had been arrested. According to him, their conversation revolved around Kip's intense and out-of-control behavior. William reportedly told Scott, quote, "I don't know what to do at this point. From here on out, I will be referring to Kip as Kinkle." At around 3 p.m. the same day, Kinkle retrieved his .22 caliber rifle from his room, as well as ammunition from his parents' room. He then proceeded through the home to the kitchen, where his dad was sitting and drinking coffee. Without warning, Kinkle shot his dad once in the back of the head.
Damn.
In his later interrogation, Kip recalled the events that led up to the death of his father.
I had no other choice. He was saying all that stuff. He was saying all that negative stuff about you. Like, what else he saying about you?
Suck it up, dude. Fucking did it.
Right. All his friends and everything. But he was feeling ashamed and embarrassed because he did something wrong.
Now it's the right fielder, Ronald Acuna Jr. Slapped foul.
That's a funny way of showing him that you love him, shooting him in the back of the head.
And swing and a miss.
What's he doing in the kitchen?
One there, but he knows he can't go into that spot very often against a guy like this.
Fights that one away, and the count remains 0-2.
This is takes his game to another level. Playing at night.
I didn't swing it
Swing
bad.
on an 0-2. Field first, didn't go.
He walked up behind him and shot him in the head.
That misses the shot. 2-2.
It's a good take.
Basically. Yeah. Did you stand away from him? Yeah.
A punch out there, one down. And here is Michael Conforto.
How many times did you shoot him?
Right field, down the line, and that one slices foul.
Right behind here. Yeah.
The pitch.
Oh
Not close with that one, and it's 1-1.
No, all right. Don't
He
tell
then
him
went
it's
into
all
his
right.
actions immediately following.
What's up, Jacob?
I didn't know what to do, so I dragged it to
Bounces
the
to the right.
bathroom and then put it away.
Throws to first. Awesome
Hey,
play.
thanks for commenting, like, subscribe, share my stuff, please. Get more viewers.
And first offering is fouled off.
After he moved his dad's body, Kinkle reportedly took the key from around his father's neck and retrieved his other firearms from the gun safe. Kinkle then joined a conference call with two of his friends from school. He told them that he did not know that the gun he tried to purchase was stolen and was worried about how his parents were going to handle the situation. He then told his friends that he had a stomachache and was waiting for his mom to get home. According to one of the friends on the phone, Kinkle kept saying, quote, "Where's my mom? When is she going to be home?" Apparently on this call, Kinkle also repeated things like, "It's over. Everything's over. It's done. Nothing matters now."
Andrew McCutcheon at the
It's
plate
important to
and
note that
tie
Kinkle's
there.
confession was a bit contradictory on the retelling of this.
To the left side,
He said at
but it
first
is
that he got
well
onto the
fouled.
call with his friends after he
One
killed
out,
his
base
dad,
is empty.
but later stated that he hadn't killed his dad prior to getting on the phone, going off of the fact that he was reportedly acting extremely odd on this call, and also that most sources, including official court documents, claim the call took place after his father's death. I'm going to go with that.
Just
Kinkle's
missed.
mother, Faith, was completely unaware of the events that transpired that day. She didn't know that he had been suspended from
Still
school,
2-2
that he'd
after
been
the foul
arrested and
ball.
charged with a felony, and she surely had no idea that she was coming home to a dead husband and a murderous son.
Out there to center.
After getting off of the call with his friends, Kinkle sat in the upstairs window and watched the driveway, waiting for his mom to get home.
Back into the outfield for that catch. We all know those can be a little tricky, especially if the wind's swirling around out there.
Ryan Reynolds in the box now. No balls and a strike. And there's a foul ball.
Basement. Is that a garage that's underneath the house? Yeah. Okay. So your mom drives in.
On the ground at first. Into the outfield base hit. And that extends the inning for Keith Ryan Hayes.
Not much to this one other than just a willingness to go the other way and put the ball in play. That's a team at bat right there. Nice job of staying back and letting the ball get deep.
I think I'm going to take Jeter. I got to get some stolen bases by left fielders.
And we're back. Top of the second.
Nah, I'm going to keep my. I'm going to have to go back and look at what I need.
And a pitch.
When his mom did finally arrive home around 6:30 p.m., Kinkle met her down in the garage.
Up and in, and 1-1.
You told me that your mom gets out of his car and starts up the stairs from the garage and goes to the shop.
Yes.
Do you say anything to me?
Right-hander kick steals.
Yeah.
Gets a piece there. We'll go again. It's a 1-2. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Foul ball, another 2-2 upcoming.
Well, he's having a tough time getting a pitch by him. As a hitter, you feel pretty confident that you're seeing different pitches still able to make some type of contact.
They had him played perfect. But they couldn't get him because of the horrible throw.
Nice job there to keep it from getting away. Now it's the shortstop, Derek Jeter. There goes Junior. That one is absolutely
What a swing by Jeter.
That's down. One hops off the wall. And they strike first as they take a 1-0 lead.
Picks himself up an RBI. Just a solid swing right there. Caught it out fine. Whipped it into the outfield for the base hit. Those always feel great.
Now it's going to be Jordan Westburg. Runner in scoring position. Nobody out. Here at the top of the second.
That fucking sinker is just moving very good.
In the dirt. No advance. Good job behind the dish. That one off the mark. And that's ball 2.
Great job of laying off those pitches down in the zone to even the count up at 2-2. Such a better feeling for the hitter.
On the ground right.
Very surprised I was able to get a hold of that.
One out in the second.
Well, he's doing a nice job of keeping the ball out of the air. Lets the defense work behind him with another ground ball. Good execution.
We'll change out Josh Gibson too.
Gotta be careful with a slugger like this because he can turn it into
Kinkle shot his mom twice in the back of the head as she was walking up the stairs. He then dragged her body out into the open and shot her 3 times in the face and once in the heart.
Didn't even check swing on that pitch. Was never even close.
After she was finally dead, he also went on to cover her body with a white sheet. He left her body in the garage and went upstairs. Kinkle then went on to describe his night after he killed both of his parents.
Picks up an RBI. Just kept it simple. Played perfect in the middle of the infield.
The kick and the pitch. Runner goes. That's in for a
That's a
second.
good.
Throw to second.
I want to kill myself so bad, but I couldn't go by.
Did you get any sleep last night, or did you stay awake all night?
Bounces over the wall in foul ground, and it's an automatic double.
Did you watch TV?
I'm gonna change that Jose Abreu too. Forgot what I need.
Just off the outside edge. Ball 1.
All throughout the next morning, May 21st, 1998, Kinkle reportedly played a recording of Liebestad, a song from Romeo and Juliet, which he had watched recently in one of his classes. The volume was left on high and played on loop until police later showed up. Kip eventually left the house, driving his mother's green Ford Explorer to Thurston High School, where he was suspended from the day before. Kinkle arrived at about 7:45 a.m. and parked the vehicle near the school's tennis courts. He then made his way on foot to the campus and was caught on security footage as he approached the building.
That's That's a little bit low.
He was armed with a total of 5 weapons, 2 hunting knives, his Ruger 22 caliber rifle, his 9mm Glock 19, and his 22 caliber Ruger Mark II pistol. He was also carrying over 1,000 rounds of ammunition in a backpack. In preparation, Kinkle had taped a few rounds to his chest, in the event that he ran out of ammo before he got the chance to end his own life, which he wholeheartedly planned on doing. All of the weapons he brought were hidden under a trench coat that he was wearing. Kinkle finally made it to the door and entered the building just before 8 a.m. He began his path down the hallway towards the school's cafeteria, passing a few students in the process. During a later walkthrough of the school with police, Kinkle stated that he told one of his friends that they'd better get out of there. Unfortunately, I am unable to include the walkthrough footage in this video, but I will have it linked in the description if you want to watch it for yourself. According to a student, Brian Mabe, he overheard Kinkle warn the other student to leave. Brian recalled this experience, saying, quote, "Adam didn't know it was Kip until Kip turned around and was like, 'Okay, you need to get out of here, Adam. Something bad is going to happen.' And Adam was just like, 'What are you talking about?' And Kip was just not an expression on his face. And Adam goes, 'What are you going to do?' Brian then watched as Kinkle pulled his rifle out from under his trench coat, turned around, and fired, hitting 2 students in the process. One of them was 16-year-old Ben Walker, who was holding hands with and talking to his girlfriend when he was shot in the back of the head. Ben ended up in the intensive care unit at the hospital, but was sadly brain dead. Ben unfortunately did not make it. The other student was 17-year-old Ryan Atterbury. He was shot in the cheek, and the bullet traveled through his jaw, hitting his spinal cord, and ultimately stopping near the back of his neck. Miraculously, he wasn't permanently paralyzed, and actually made a full recovery after spending a few days in the hospital. Back to the shooting. 911 calls began to flood into local dispatchers, with many people frantically begging for help. Kinkle then advanced to the school's cafeteria, where in less than a minute, he fired the remaining 48 rounds that were loaded into his rifle. In this burst, 25 students were wounded. One student, 17-year-old Mikhail Nikolasen, was reportedly crawling under a table when Kinkle walked up behind him and shot him point-blank in the head, killing him instantly. Kinkle then approached and held the barrel of his rifle up to another student named Ryan Crowley's head and pulled the trigger. The rifle clicked, as it was now out of ammo. Kinkle attempted to reload. That was when a wounded student, Jacob Riker, took the opportunity to subdue Kinkle.
Well, he's starting to look a little gassed to me, and we'll see if they go to the bullpen in this spot or not.
Jacob closed the distance between himself and Kinkle and tackled him to the ground. Several other students joined in to assist Jacob. Jacob later stated that he tripped on his run towards Kinkle. However, I didn't see any other mention of this, so I'm not sure exactly what happened, if he fell, or just kind of stumbled. Either way, I just wanted to quickly throw it in here. With Jacob now on top of him, Kinkle was able to draw the Glock that he had hidden in his belt and fire a single shot before he was disarmed. This shot hit the already injured Jacob, as well as another student. Kinkle then reportedly shouted, quote, "Just kill me," at the surrounding students. He was held in place until the police arrived. I read that when authorities got there, one of the students that was on top of Kinkle got up and punched him in the face. In total, 37 of his rounds struck innocent students, with 2 passing away due to their injuries. Thankfully, Jacob made a full recovery from his wounds he sustained in the shooting. I also wanted to point out that the shooting took place on his birthday. Kinkle described his thought process during the shooting in his later interrogation.
I see you win.
Start shooting.
This is every one away. We're here to the top half of inning number 3.
I couldn't do anything else. Had you been stopped by a police officer before you'd gotten to school? Would you have done that?
Fights it off, he'll see another.
Okay. Why did you feel
Right-handed
you
reliever.
didn't have a choice with the kids at school?
That's a really good job of laying off the 0-2 high fastball. Is going to make that pitcher really have to respect this hitter, even though he's behind the count.
Swings and misses. That's the second out. Jeter, slow second trip to the plate in this one.
Was there any kids that were in that group of people that you were seeing that you singled out as any target?
Swings through that.
You know the names of any of those kids that you shot at?
Right there, and just ended up out in front of the
Kinkle was apprehended, and while in custody, he attacked Al Worthen, the detective who interviewed him the day before, and the one interviewing him in his interrogation.
Misses off the plate.
When we got here to the police department, you had a knife that the officers at the nest strapped to your leg, right?
He swings and hits a fly
your
ball
cuffs
center
around to the
field.
front. And when I opened the door, you held that knife out and you charged me with that knife. Yeah. Why did you do that?
And welcome back to the ballpark.
I want to die.
They bring a young arm out of the bullpen in this spot, Jose Leclerc.
I can't imagine any save is an easy one. You're holding a small lead on the scoreboard, and you know those hitters are going to give you the
Unable to commit suicide, Kinkle was hoping that attacking Al would lead to him being fatally shot, thus granting his wish of death. Instead, he was pepper sprayed and subdued once again. He was then interviewed by Al Worthen before heading off to jail. While he was behind bars, Kinkle was placed on suicide watch for obvious reasons. This didn't stop him from attempting to kill himself, though, as he reportedly starved himself in order to die. Shortly after the shooting, authorities went by the Kinkle residence. As they approached the home, they heard the song that Kinkle left playing blasting from inside of the house. It's such an eerie feeling to imagine walking into a house where the inhabitants have been murdered and hearing opera music playing on loop.
Yeah. He said what? Oh, it's still going. He shot his parents. Went to school, shot about 15 people, killed 2 of them. It's still going though. He said because of the voices in his head, apparently he was a young Randy Orton. He said the voices wouldn't shut up. He said he loved his mom, he loved his dad, but the voices wouldn't shut up.
The shortstop takes the ball.
Well, he's so great about hitting the ball the other way. He gets those arms extended. So right there, just trying to straighten him up.
22 caliber bullets strewn across the floor in one section of the house. As they made their way through the home, they found a door that was locked. After picking the lock with a paperclip, police discovered William Kinkle's body lying motionless under a blood-stained white sheet in the bathroom. They continued through the home, eventually locating the staircase down to the garage. There they found Faith Kinkle's lifeless body, also covered in a white sheet. Kristen at the time was still in Hawaii attending college, so she had to be informed over phone call that her parents were deceased and that her younger brother had shot up his high school. She later stated, quote, "I remember turning on the TV and seeing my house, the house I grew up in, from a helicopter view." She made her way back to Oregon, but was unable to return to her childhood home due to the investigation. Kristen, who was only 21 years old at the time, had to plan both of her parents' funerals. Let's jump back to the investigation at the Kinkle residence. While searching Kinkle's room, investigators found what they thought was a homemade bomb. They immediately vacated the residence and evacuated the houses nearby.
Oh no, I totally forgot about it.
Clearing the home, and they found at least 5 explosive devices during their search. According to HeraldTimesOnline.com, bombs in the crawl space, a hand grenade, various chemicals used to manufacture explosives, as well as detailed books on how to construct bombs. Finally, the home was cleared, and authorities were able to continue with the investigation. During the removal of Faith Kinkle's remains, another bomb was discovered to be hidden under her body. The investigation team evacuated the house once again, and the bomb crews headed back in. As far as I could gather, this was the last bomb found in the home. I'm not sure if these explosives were supposed to go off or not. I can't really think of another reason why he would hide one under his mother's body, but I'd like to know what you think. A note written by Kinkle was found on the living room coffee table. It read, quote, "I have just killed my parents. I don't know what is happening. I love my mom and dad so much. I just got 2 felonies on my record. My parents can't take that. It would destroy them. The embarrassment would be too much for them. They couldn't live with themselves." The note continues, quote, "I'm so sorry. I am a horrible son. I wish I had been aborted. I destroy everything I touch. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I didn't deserve them. They were wonderful people. It's not their fault or the fault of any person, organization, or television show. My head just doesn't work right. God damn these voices inside my head. I want to die. I want to be gone. But I have to kill people. I don't know why. I am so sorry. Why did God do this to me? I have never been happy. I wish I was happy. I wish I made my mother proud. I am nothing. I tried so hard to find happiness. But you know me. I hate everything. I have no other choice. What have I become? I am so sorry. Kinkle's journal entries were also discovered in his room. Some of them were just sad notes, but most were full of incredibly violent threats, mainly talking about killing those around him. They offer even more insight to his unstable state of mind. There are a few mentions of an unnamed girl in his writings, possibly the girl he had a relationship with previously. He also talks about a specific person he wanted to kill, but I'm not sure who he's talking about there. An entry of his read, quote, I sit here all alone. I am always alone. I don't know who I am. I want to be something I can never be. I try so hard every day. But in the end, I hate myself for what I've become. Every single person I know means nothing to me. I hate every person on this earth. I wish they could all go away. You all make me sick. I wish I was dead. The only reason I stay alive is because of hope. Even though I am repulsive, and few people know who I am, I still feel that things might maybe just a little bit get better. I don't understand any fucking person on this earth. Some of you are so weak, mainly, that a 4-year-old can
I'm
push
looking
you
for
down.
left fielders. But
I am strong.
okay. Let's put
My
Yasmin
head just
in
doesn't
here because
work
I need
right.
his with catchers too.
I know I should be happy with what I have, but I hate living.
See first base? No.
Every time I talk to her, I have a small amount of hope. But then she will tear it right down. It feels like my heart is breaking. But is that possible? I am so consumed with hate all of the time. Could I ever love anyone? I have feelings. But do I have a heart that's not black and full of animosity?
Shohei.
His entry continues, quote, I know everyone thinks this way sometimes, but I am so full of rage that I feel
Well,
like
after I
it's
get
snap at
done
any
with,
moment. I think about it every day. Blowing the school up or just taking the easy way out and walking into a pep assembly with guns. In either case, people that are breathing will stop breathing. That is how I will repay all you motherfuckers for all you put me through. I feel like everyone is against me, but no one ever makes fun of me, mainly because they think I'm a psycho. There is one kid above all others that I want to kill. I want nothing more than to put a hole in his head. The one reason I don't. Hope. That tomorrow will be better. As soon as my hope is gone, people die. I ask myself why I hate more than anyone else. I don't know. But my head and heart want him dead. He only knows who I am through reputation, and I know he is scared of me. He should be. One bad day, and there will be a sawed-off shotgun in his face or 5 pounds of Semtex under his bed. I need help. There is one person that could help, but she won't. I need to find someone else. I think I love her, but she could never love me. I don't know why I try. He continues on, quote, oh fuck, I sound so pitiful. People would laugh at this if they read it. I hate being laughed at. But they won't laugh after they're scraping parts of their parents, sisters, brothers, and friends from the wall of my hate. Please, someone, help me. All I want is something small, nothing big. I just want to be happy. End. New day. Today of all days, I ask her to help me. I was shot down. I feel like my heart has been ripped open and ripped apart. Right now I'm drunk, so I don't know what the hell is happening to me. It is clear that no one will help me. Oh God, I am so close to killing people. So close. I gave her all I have, and she just threw it away. Why? Why did God just want me to be in complete misery? I need to find more weapons. My parents are trying to take away some of my guns. My guns are the only things that haven't stabbed me in the back. Kinkle went on writing, quote, my eyes hurt.
The total
They hurt
bases
so
with second
bad.
baseman.
They feel like they're trying to crawl out of my head. Why aren't I normal? Help me. No one will. I will kill every last motherfucking one of you. The thought of you is still racing in my head. I am too drunk to make sense. Every time I see your face, my heart is shot with an arrow. I think she will say yes, but she doesn't, does she? She says, I don't know. The 3 most fucked up words in the English language.
What is
I
it?
want you to feel this, be this, taste this, kill me. Oh God, I don't want to live. Will I see it to the end? What kind of dad would I make? All humans are evil. I just want to end the world of evil. I don't want to see, hear, speak, or feel evil, but I can't help it. I am evil. I want to kill and give
Wait, what's
pain
my
without
thing
a
look like?
cost. And there is no such thing. We kill him. We killed him a long time ago. Anyone that believes in God is a fucking sheep. If there was a God, he wouldn't let me feel the way I do. Love isn't real. Only hate remains.
Is Colt
Only
better?
hate.
He's a left-hander.
Also found in his room was a piece of schoolwork, with a prompt talking about love at first sight. Kinkle's response to the topic was, quote, love sucks.
Not now.
No, I don't believe in love at first sight, because love is an evil plot to make people buy alcohol and firearms.
Is that what it
When you
is?
love someone, something is always taken away from you. I also would like to add that I hate each and every one of you.
Oh.
Because everything I touch turns to shit. I think if you think you fall in love with someone at first sight, it might just be lust. Love at first sight is only in movies, where the people in the movies are better than you. That is why you go to a pawn shop and buy an AK-15, because you are going to execute every last motherfucking one of you. If I had a heart, it would be gray.
And a pitch.
It continues, quote, it is easier to hate than love, because there is much more hate and misery in the world than there is love and peace. Some people say that you should love everyone, but that is impossible. Look at our history. It is full of death. I do believe in hate at first sight. Therefore, love is a much harder feeling to experience. I really wouldn't know how to answer this question because my cold black heart has never and never will experience true love. I can tell you one thing about love. It does more harm than good. I plan to live in a big black hole. My firearms and blank will be the only things to fight my isolation. I would also like to point out, love is a horrible thing. Residence was wrapped up. Kinkle's court process soon began, and it was decided that he would be tried as an adult. On September 24th, 1999, 3 days before the jury selection was scheduled to happen, Kinkle pleaded guilty to as many charges of attempted murder and murder. This meant that he would have no chance to be acquitted due to reasons of insanity. Kinkle's journal entries were read aloud, during which he kept his head tucked into his arms, hiding his face. Some of the injured students, as well as family members of the injured and deceased students, spoke out about the horrific events. I wanted to include points of their statements that they made before the judge. Please note that these are not the entire statements, just portions of them.
Ah, damn it.
This section is a little long, but I found their statements to be so powerful, and I definitely wanted to share them. Ben Walker's father, Mark Walker, made an absolutely heartbreaking statement. He said, quote, "Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize for restating the obvious, but I would like to say, Mr. Kinkle murdered 4 people and attempted to murder many others. He was selective and warned people he thought to be friends away from the school that morning. The account of my son's death, as it was related to me, indicated Mr. Kinkle walked past my son in the hall, turned, put his gun to the back of my son's head, and killed him. This was cold-blooded murder, not the random act of rage Mr. Kinkle would have us believe. His actions were callous, calculated, premeditated, and with no regard for human life. Benjamin was 16 years old. He lost 60 to 70 years of his life, as did the Nick Lawson boy." He continued, quote, "Mr. Kinkle's actions at Thurston were used as a benchmark for other young men in Colorado that murdered their classmates. Just a short time ago, 4 young men in Cleveland were arrested for planning a school shooting. Their friends said they thought it was cool. The school authorities and school administrators are doing their best to prevent school shootings. The sentence you are about to render will send a message to other young people whether they can expect leniency from the law or that they will be held accountable for their actions. I can only plead with you to sentence Mr. Kinkle to a term that will keep him in prison for the rest of his natural life. The law provides for this length of sentence to be imposed, not only to protect us from Mr. Kinkle, but also to serve as a deterrent to someone else considering similar actions. If Mr. Kinkle is sitting in prison without possibility of release for the rest of his life, it might, just might, keep some other young person from taking a gun to school. That would be the only positive thing that could come from this tragedy. Thank you, Your Honor.
Off the middle, that's a base hit.
Mikhail Nikolos's father, Michael, also made a statement. Quote, "There is always something very special about a firstborn child, and Mikhail was that for us. As all the joys of learning, even when troubles become apparent that we go through as they age. But the real joys come when you realize they are beginning to change from a child to an adult. Mikhail was at that point in his life. He had found somebody he wished to marry and was making plans. Suddenly that was taken away from him, and from us, and the places in our hearts that had been filled with happiness, joy, expectations, left an empty hole filled with nothing but pain and agony, which will never go away. Kip has taken Mikhail's life permanently. He has taken a lot of joy from our family permanently, and I feel he should be in jail permanently." Jennifer Aldridge, who was shot in the hand and the chest, made a tragic recount of the day's events. She said, quote, "I felt intense heat and pain hit and spasm through my hand. I watched blood splurt and pour out of my 2 fingers as my entire hand throbbed. Nauseated and scared, I tried to scream, but you had shot me again, this time through my lung, and blood gurgled out of my mouth. I fell and went in and out of consciousness." She continued, quote, "The paramedics deemed me a lost cause. Todd Ferguson, one of the emergency paramedics, stepped over me and saw that I was almost dead. It wasn't until I spit a lifesaver out of my mouth that he finally decided to take a chance on me. It hurt to breathe. My body felt heavy and constrictive. My hand throbbed and pulsated with blood everywhere. I could smell it. I could taste it. And the memory of seeing it still haunts me. I felt so cold. I just wanted to go to sleep. The paramedics wouldn't let me. A respirator breathed for me for 2 days, and they removed it the 3rd, after a few attempts to wean me off. But my lungs weren't strong enough, and they would collapse again. My index and middle fingers are now fused in one place. I will have my hand deformed for the rest of my life." Another part of her statement read, quote, "In the summer, when I wear a bathing suit or a tank top, people gawk and ask questions about the scars from the bullet holes, 42 staples, 3 chest tubes, and hand scars. I feel as if I have done something to be ashamed of, as if I have done something to deserve to look the way I do. I had to alter the way I hold a pen and write. Each day at school and work, people look at me questioningly." She closed her statement with, quote, "I hate you. I hate what you have done. I hate what I have become because of you. I hate living in fear each day. I hate seeing my family falling apart. I hope you spend the rest of your life in jail. You can't be cured. And if a medication was found to sedate you enough, I don't trust you to take it. You don't deserve to be out of jail. You don't deserve to have the same freedoms your victims have. I never want to worry about you hurting my friends and me ever again. I never want to send my kids off to school one day and worry if you have been released. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of letting you have that much power over me. You shouldn't ever be able to have that power again." Ryan Crowley's father, Michael Crowley, spoke on behalf of his son. He said, quote, "Your Honor, you have heard from many of the victims. You've heard a lot of details of what happened that morning in the cafeteria. You have not heard from my son. He is a very outgoing person. He is very full of life and energy, sometimes to the extreme. He's downstairs because he cannot come up here and talk. He cannot sit in the same room with Mr. Kinkle. After the shooting, my son told me what he could not tell you. He told me about sitting across from Mikhail. He told me about hearing the shots, jumping down, grabbing the bench. He told me about watching Mikhail grab his thigh where he had been shot, looking into Mikhail's face as it was in anguish and pain. He saw the gun go to the back of Mikhail's head. He saw Kip pull the trigger. He described in detail, this horrifies me to this day, how Mikhail's face changed as he died. My 15-year-old son witnessed that. And if that weren't enough, Kip came around the table, put the gun to my son's forehead, and pulled the trigger. He went on, quote, "Kip, you're a bastard. You shot Ben, you shot Mikhail, you shot Ryan Atterbury, all in the back. But with my son, you put the gun to his forehead. He looked at you. They didn't know they were going to be shot. My son knew he was going to be shot and knew he was going to be killed. But you just pulled the trigger. When there were no bullets, you tried to reload. Your Honor, Don't tell Kip that it didn't matter when he pointed the gun at Ryan's head and pulled the trigger. Don't tell Ryan it was no big deal. It doesn't matter. You don't matter. A later part of his statement read, quote, "Don't tell my son that you don't care. He has had nightmares. Last year he missed most of school because he couldn't be there. This year he doesn't have to go to school till 9 o'clock because he can't stand being there in the morning. He's about to drop out, Your Honor. Yesterday was his last day at school. He is very jumpy. He is very excitable. He can't stay still. Everything scares him. He's not the person he was a year before. Worse off, he can't share his feelings. Don't tell him that this is not punishable. Don't tell him that he doesn't count. Your Honor, the effects of Kip's actions on my son will last my whole son's life. Why should that affect my son for his whole life and only affect Kip for the next 25 years? Why should Kip's punishment be any less? Don't tell my son he doesn't matter. Don't tell these other children they don't matter. Kip, I'm a pacifist. I have endured many things without taking a blow back. But if the court allowed me, I would kick the shit out of you."
First pitch misses for ball 1.
Another student that was severely injured that day was Bettina Lynn. Part of her statement reads, quote, "I was so very lucky because the first bullet didn't paralyze me. It entered less than half an inch to the left of my spine. The doctors told me if I had flinched, if I had sneezed, if I had done anything, it would have severed my spinal cord, and I would be in a wheelchair today.
Whoa, fat girl.
It's caused permanent nerve damage.
Oh,
I feel some things. I don't feel others. The scar tissue is incredibly sensitive, and if you touch it, I am likely to react violently because it gives me awful sensations. To this day, it's not completely healed.
no, fat girl,
My
get.
foot is attached to the scar tissue. My doctors have not decided whether or not they want to do another surgery because of all the damage it would cause going in there and digging around again." She went on to say, quote, "Today, I shouldn't even be here because my schoolwork is suffering so badly. I started having flashbacks again. I started thinking about my own injuries, my own emotional well-being. I thought about the 5 months I spent going to doctors every week because I had an infection in my foot because the bullet blew pieces of my sock and shoe into my foot. I thought about the surgeries I had. The
There's some
IV
dark
needles
shit
that
in
hurt
here.
so badly when you took them out. The blood getting drawn. The vaccinations to make sure I didn't have any blood diseases." She continued, quote, "As far as you are concerned, I still don't know how I feel. I think that you should go away for a really, really, really long time. I don't think that it's possible for you to be rehabilitated in this society. I wish that weren't the case. I wish that we could go back in time. I remember watching you in Spanish class, thinking that you were really kind of cool, and that I would like to get to know you better. You seem to have a good sense of humor, and you seem to be a nice guy. You had a quirky little smile, and I just wish that I could go back to that." Her statement concluded with, quote, "I just wish things could have happened differently. I wanted to be successful in college. I have all these dreams of what I want to do, and right now they're being slowly destroyed because I can't handle reality. I can't handle large groups of people. I can't handle the 4th of July. I can't handle it when a car backfires, and I can't handle it when a door slams. I can't handle it when people come up behind me and don't tell me they're there, and I turn around and find them there. I just practically jump out of my skin. I have little to no sense of safety in my life anymore. And there are so many things that I have had to give up because I can't tolerate them in my life anymore. I wish I knew what to say to make you understand how deeply this has impacted my life. I've gone through so much therapy, and I feel like I haven't made any headway with it. I feel like I'm constantly in a box, and that I haven't made any progress emotionally.
Ooh, excuse
I wish we
me.
could have been friends."
Mommy, no.
And last but not
No,
least,
baby.
Jacob Riker, the one who initially
No,
tackled
baby.
King, made a statement of his own. He said, quote, "I'm not going to ask for you to look at me, but I deserve your respect. I demand it. I don't care if you're sick, if you're insane, if you're crazy. I don't care. I think prison, a lifetime in prison is too good for you. If a dog was to go insane and if a dog got rabid and it bit someone, you destroy it. So, I stand here, and I ask, why haven't you been destroyed? I question myself for not pulling the trigger. I question myself for not getting the chance. I question myself for getting to watch my friend die in front of me, having to see him die because I tripped, because I wasn't fast enough to stop you. I wonder why. Why it was when I got out of the hospital, when I was trying to recover, I received hate mail. Why it was that internet sites were set up and fan sites for you. Why is it that people are writing me, telling me how much they loved you and loved what you did? And why is it that I had to be the enemy? Why is it that when people look at me, they think I'm weird? They oust me. I don't understand. I don't pretend to understand. He continued, quote, I don't think you should go to prison. I think the victims should get to do to you what you did to them. I think you should have to suffer in the hospital like they did. I think you should have to lie in the bed with the tubes in you. I think you should have to lie there with no painkillers while they cut open your chest, cut open your lung, and stick a tube in there so they can drain the blood out so you can breathe. I want you to lay there and look at your hand and think if you can keep some of it. I want you to think about people that have been trying to walk again. You don't deserve to live.
All right, no more. I'll go on. No more. No more. I'll go on.
3 months of discipline. My senior drill instructor told me that I was the most disciplined recruit that he has ever seen. But I can't stand here and look at you without wanting to kill you. There were more statements made, but I think these encapsulate the emotions felt about Kinkle. Hearing it from the victims really puts into perspective the pain and suffering that took place after the shooting. It was so hard to read these without my heart sinking. What they went through was so traumatic, and I'm glad they had the courage to stand up and make their points in court. Kinkle had the chance to read a statement of his own to his victims in court, saying, quote, I have spent days trying to figure out what I want to say. I have crumpled up dozens of pieces of paper and disregarded even more ideas. I have thought about what I could say that might make people feel just a little bit better. But I have come to the realization that it really doesn't matter what I say, because there is nothing I can do to take away any of the pain and destruction I have caused. I absolutely love my parents and had no reason to kill them. I had no reason to dislike, kill, or try to kill anyone at Thurston. I am truly sorry that this has happened. I have gone back in my mind hundreds of times and changed one detail, one small event, so this never would have happened. I wish I could. I take full responsibility for my actions. These events have pulled me down into a state of deterioration and self-loathing that I didn't know existed. I am very sorry for everything I have done and for what I have become. Kinkle's brain was scanned and studied after the shooting, with doctors finding some abnormalities. For one, his brain showed numerous areas of severe underactivity. They also found several areas that had a lack of blood flow. According to amenclinics.com, Kinkle's brain also showed underlying damage. The main area affected by these abnormalities was the frontal lobe, which is responsible for a person's judgment, problem solving, impulse control, planning, etc. PBS.org stated that Dr. Richard J. Conco, a pediatric neurologist, agreed with the results. He said that results such as Kinkle's are linked to cases of schizophrenia in children. At his sentencing in November of 1999, Kinkle's defense presented the court with multiple mental health experts, claiming that Kinkle was severely mentally ill. According to our Midland.com, experts testified that along with being depressed, Kinkle was psychotic and was likely a paranoid schizophrenic. Some sources state that Kinkle's former psychologist, Dr. Jeffrey Hicks, testified that he did not think Kinkle was mentally ill at the time, and that he had already been treated for his depression. According to him, Kinkle's symptoms ceased completely, which led to his treatment ending. Kinkle didn't seem to benefit from this last-minute claim. On November 2nd, 1990.
That's not what we're doing, Ghost. That's not what we're doing, guys. Hey, Tip. Have you gave him a treat?
The pitch timer expired before he started his windup, so that's a ball.
That must be incredibly frustrating for the pitcher, but this is all about creating more action and speeding up the game, and it's working.
Oh, and they're going to tag the pitcher with a pitch clock violation. That's an automatic ball.
The pitcher must begin his motion before the pitch timer runs out. We're looking for a little more urgency out there.
The pitch timer expired before he started his windup, so that's a ball.
That must be incredibly frustrating for the pitcher, but this is all about creating more action and speeding up the game, and it's working.
You too, Ghosty? Oh, shit. Did I not pause this? Oh, I did. Let's see what time it is. It's 12 o'clock. All right. It's going to be a quick one. Ouch. Let's go. Let's go, harmony. Let's go, ghost. Ghost. Harmony sat down twice while we were outside. She said, I just want to sit outside. All right. We are back like herpes.
That one misses. So a
Tonight,
leadoff walk.
Kinkle was finally sentenced to 111 years in prison without the possibility of parole. This sentence includes 4 concurrent 25-year sentences for the 4 murders he committed. He also got an additional 86 years for the attempted murder charges. Almost a decade later, in June of 2007, Kinkle requested a new trial. He stated that his lawyers did not handle his case correctly, and he believed that he should have been able to use the insanity defense. In August of 2007, Kinkle was denied a new trial. He appealed this ruling, stating again that his defense team did not adequately represent him. 4 years later, in January of 2011, the Oregon Court of Appeals sided with the previous judge's decision and denied Kinkle once again. According to OregonLive.com, Kinkle has requested a new hearing as recently as early 2023, which was then denied by the parole board on March 6, 2023. As of the time of this video, 41-year-old Kipling Kinkle is still incarcerated, with no hope of being released. Kinkle's older sister, Kristen, has stated that she has maintained an unbreaking bond with her brother since his arrest. More than 20 years after the shooting took place, Kristen claimed that she never got to the point where she was mad at her brother for what he did, so she never felt the need to forgive him. She stated, quote, "There's no way his behavior was a choice. We had just lost our parents. It always felt that way for me. It was kind of like we lost our parents, instead of
Oh my God.
Kinkle has also made statements, saying that if it weren't for his sister, he would have ended things long ago. According to DailyMail.co, the two of them both hope that one day, Kinkle will be granted release from prison and was awarded for his immense bravery. At 18 years old, he joined the Marine Reserves. Jacob's actions on that horrific day saved countless lives. If he had not gone after Kinkle the way he did, at the time he chose to, many more lives would have been lost. I am so grateful for the strength and bravery he exhibited on that day. He and his high school sweetheart, Jennifer Aldredge, who was also injured in the shooting, went on to get married and have 2 children. As of now, the two of them have gotten a divorce. Ryan Atterbury, the student who was shot in the cheek in the hallway, went on to work in the Springfield school system. The bullet that struck him still resides in his body, as doctors found it too risky to remove. Many others continue to live with the haunting memories of that day. Now I want to talk a little about the 4 victims who sadly did not make it. William Philip Kinkle was born on October 29, 1938, and was 59 years old when he was killed by his son. He was originally from Twin Falls, Idaho. He graduated from Linfield College in 1961, and then went on to complete his master's degree at the University of Oregon. Like previously stated, William worked at multiple schools during his career, the last being Thurston High School, which he worked at from 1964 to 1991. Faith Marie Kinkle was killed at the age of 57, and was born on May 8, 1941. She lived in Ohio, and went on to graduate from Bowling Green State University in 1963. William and Faith met in the 1960s, while William was on a business trip in Ohio. Faith at the time was teaching in Ohio, and William eventually convinced her to move to Oregon. Faith settled into life in the new state, and began teaching Spanish and French in Eugene, Oregon. The two of them married in 1972, before having their first child, Kristen, in 1976, and their second, Kip, in 1982. Faith began a new job in 1989, but quickly moved to teaching Spanish at Springfield High School in 1990, where she was still working at the time of her death. Their lives were cut short by their own son.
The wind of the pitch.
Benjamin Allen Walker was only 16 years old at the time of his death, born on October 4, 1981. According to his obituary, Ben was a typical happy-go-lucky teenager. He was described by friends as easygoing and always happy. Ben had moved from Southern Oregon to Springfield only a year prior to his death. Before the move, he had lived with his father, who was raising him as a single dad. He decided to move up to Springfield after a trip to visit his mom. While there, he met a girl who he fell in love with. Ben decided to transfer to Thurston to be with her. Ben was said to have loved Ace Ventura movies and enjoyed playing Final Fantasy VII, a role-playing video game. Ben's father stated after his son's death, quote, "Eventually you kind of get used to the concept that your son is no longer here. But damn, it doesn't mean it hurts any less." He recalled the distressing time in the hospital following the shooting. Quote, "From the time your child is born, you spend every waking moment trying to make sure they're protected and safe. There is nothing more overwhelming than to sit there in the ICU, wishing you can help your kid, and knowing there's nothing you can do." Ben was pronounced dead not long after he made it to the hospital. Mikhail Nicolason was born on December 26, 1980. Making him 17 years old at the time of his death. Initially, Mikhail was planning to attend another high school, but according to OregonLive.com,
Let's go.
he thought Thurston would be a better and safer school to attend. He and his sister Erin went to the school together. Even at the young age of 17, Mikhail was engaged to a girl at his school, with plans for them to be married soon. His fiancée, Michelle Calhoun, recalled that Mikhail would often be on his computer all day, satisfied with playing video games for hours on end. He was a part of the Oregon National Guard, with plans to begin basic training in the following year. He was only a junior in high school at the time, so he was going to be serving part-time during his senior year, and then join full-time after graduation. Mikhail had an interest in computers, and even served as a teacher's aide in the Thurston High School computer lab. In fact, he actually enlisted as a systems analyst and computer programmer in the Oregon National Guard. On the day of his death, Mikhail was sitting at a lunch table with his fiancée, doing his homework in peace before he climbed under the table and was shot. He was killed instantly. Later that year, on Mikhail's birthday, December 26th, his family visited his grave and left gifts for him. His fiancée, Michelle, also stopped by his grave with a chocolate cake and sang happy birthday to him. I feel beyond devastated for the families and friends who lost loved ones, and for all of those affected by this absolutely senseless crime. Kinkle said himself that he didn't even know any of the victims, so there was no reason at all for him to do what he did. I can't even begin to imagine what these people went through following this attack. I truly hope that all of these years later, they have been able to heal from this tragedy as much as possible. A memorial for the victims was erected on school grounds in 2003, 5 years after the shooting. The memorial is complete with a plaque, a wall, and 2 benches. The plaque reads, quote, "This memorial shall stand forever, in memory of Mikhail Nicolason and Benjamin Walker. With comfort to those who miss them, with encouragement to those who are shooting survivors and are learning to overcome both physical and emotional wounds." On May 21st, 1998, our community suffered a great loss. Mikhail and Benjamin were killed, and 25 students were wounded in the school breezeway and cafeteria. 7 students helped disarm the student gunman. Were it not for those students, the THS student and staff who rendered immediate assistance, and the combined efforts from Springfield Police, local area fire departments, EMTs, and extended local law enforcement.
Wide of the pitch.
At 1:51 p.m. And next to me is Kipling.
That's a strike.
Kinkle, K-I-N-K.
The 1-1.
And this basically is going to be a walkthrough on a video of an incident that occurred at Thurston High School at 333 North 58th Street, Springfield, Wayne County, Oregon. If you understand that we're going to be videotaped, and the videotape's going to be turned on.
Right into the plate.
When you arrived here at school this morning, you arrived here
on the ground right side. Grandal steps on the bag. One gone, bottom half of the first. Here's Francisco Lindor.
Okay, we're standing on the north side of the school grounds of Thurston High School, just west of the tennis court, and where his park, his mother's Ford Explorer. Is that correct? It would be down and beyond what you can see the asphalt. That's some of the area 60% speed. Is that correct?
First pitch misses.
You weren't dressed like that when you came to school. You weren't dressed like this when you came to school.
Right through there for a strike.
Yeah, a long trench coat on. Is that correct? You had kind of
swing and a miss. Nice changeup. 2 outs, bases empty.
Where you on? Yeah. Okay. And
Oh, he's gonna have to speak up. He's gonna have to speak up a little bit.
I had 5. You had 5 weapons. You had 2 knives. Is that correct?
He gets those
And
arms
you had
so
3.
right there, just trying to straighten him up a little bit so he doesn't have as much outside play coverage.
To second, but he's in there easily.
Showed some really nice patience in that at bat. Worked himself into a good count. Nice job going the opposite way. Let the play roll and not allow him to pull out.
These weapons have all the weapons on you. There's a lot down there.
So frustrating when you see a good pitch and your hands roll over. It was on the
Oh, that got him.
That's a scary one when it's riding up above the ladders. Looked to me like he just tried to overthrow the fastball a little bit.
Brandon Nimmo in the box now. Takes strike 1. And it's fouled off. He fouls it off. We'll do it again.
Well, lots of pitches thrown in this first inning.
Should turn back on the time.
Oh, now this ball's going to get through, and that's a base hit. Fires it to the plate, and he's safe. Tie ball game.
Just a clutch at bat right there. Big time swing when this team really needed it. Smash that one through the infield for a knock. When it's hit that hard, it makes it very tough on the infielders to make any sort of play.
Outside.
Could be some action here on this next pitch. Couple runners on. Probably a challenge pitch coming.
And if you come up to this breeze where we're at right now, can you tell us what happened from this point?
The 2-2. That one missed. Up the middle.
The breezeway from here down to where I can see the breeze down there is
welcome back, and we've got a new arm on the mound to start the second. Drew Smith. It's the catcher to hit.
At what point did you pull out a gun, and which gun did you pull out first?
And that one fouled off.
You pulled out the rifle first? Right.
0-1 down. And that one fouled off.
Right in front of the doors of the cafeteria? No, I'm not familiar. Are you talking about those red doors down there? Yeah.
Next
You didn't
one
pull the rifle out that you got from there.
That's a really good
Were there
take.
students in this hallway that you passed? Okay. Did you consider shooting any of them? So one kid you should probably leave.
Got him.
Did you know that kid?
And that's the first out. Here's the third baseman.
I let you say that? Okay. Well, why don't we move on down the hallway here?
First pitch
We'll
swinging.
move up to the doors in the cafeteria, and we'll continue from there. Okay? Back on tip, and the time now is at 1:58.
Goes across the diamond. 2 up, 2 down in the
Right
top
here
of
is
the
a bunch
second.
of debris, a lot of medical debris on the ground, but we can see some blood over here, so obviously something happens here.
And the first pitch
He
misses.
told
Ball
us
1.
back here about 40 feet behind us is where you pulled the rifle. You pulled the rifle here.
For a strike. Well, I think that pitch surprised all of us. Right down the middle. Doesn't get a swing.
Okay, down there.
Very
You pulled
often
the
you see
rifle
him
here.
lay off a cookie like
Okay,
that.
so did you shoot back this way to hit a student here? Okay. Do you recall how many students were in this area? Okay. Do you
Just
know
off
the
the
students that you
inside
did?
corner. It's 2-2.
No, he's not afraid to fall into a two-strike
Do you
count.
remember
Knows
how
the
many
strike zone very well.
shots you fired in this
That's
area?
strike 3.
I see a 22 case laying over here. And
Edwin
is it
Diaz.
possible
He's
the
handed the
round
rock
was
out
fired
of
in
the
this
pen,
area
and
for
he'll
the
feature a
ejected
hard
rate?
slider to work off his fastball.
Okay. Thanks for helping pretty fast. Okay.
And fouled off.
You
Hits and misses.
remember
It's a
if the student was
strikeout.
male or female?
Now it's the DH, Tyrone Taylor. Right through there for a strike.
Let me ask you, was the student's face visible or was it
Down
over?
0-2 in the count. I think you got to choke up a little bit, spread out the feet. You don't know what the velocity or the location of this next pitch is going to be.
And a swing and a miss.
Let's
Two
move down.
away.
Which way did you go here?
And that one in the air,
To the
center
cafeteria,
field.
down there where those people are standing?
Junior
Okay.
makes the catch. We're back
Back
to start
on
the
it
third,
now
and there's a new
to-
arm on the
to
mound,
the,
number 51.
Standing just inside
And
the
here is
northeast
Ronald
doors,
Acuna Jr.
Thurston High School
And the
cafeteria.
pitch.
Just prior to coming
This
in,
one
you
chopped to
got
the
to
ground,
see
but foul.
It's good speed at the top of the order here. You want to get it on, see if you can get a stolen base, maybe get around the bases
north of the door here.
and pick up a run.
Pitch misses outside. 1-1.
You remember a student getting a shot there. As we're in
That one
the
is
cafeteria here, I see a
absolutely
number of
going
22
back.
cases. Are you still shooting the 10-22 rifle
And hauls it
at
in.
this point?
The batter will be Michael
We're just
Conforto.
inside the door.
Hammered
Do
that
you
to
start shooting
straightaway
from this
center
point?
field. It's a deep part of the ballpark. Tell you what, that wind is blowing straight in.
So you start
Gotta be a
shooting the
big
minute you
man if
come
you're
in
gonna go through the wind
the
of that
door.
part of the park and
And
just knock
where
it
are
out.
most of the students?
And that one almost hit him.
Out in the area where the tables are set up over here. Do you know any of these students, or do you recognize any of them right on?
One down,
So-
base is empty.
if Rick could keep the camera moving and just kind of swing it over with us, why don't you walk me through this line of spin cartridges there and kind of tell me at what point you change weapons, or do you change weapons?
All over that one. Now the go-ahead runs in scoring position, so big opportunity for them to jump ahead late.
Here's Mike Trout. Slap the other way, foul. Right-handed reliever. And that one is lifted in the air. Pulls it in, 2 away. Ken Griffey Jr. now at the plate.
You're still shooting with the right. Did you ever change it?
And he chases that one below the zone.
Strike one is so critical in a bat like this with a real threat at the plate looking to do damage.
Chase that time.
1 ball, 1 strike.
What is the block? Block's in the middle. How about the 22 Ruger?
Swing and a ball lifted left field. Martinez has a beat on it. And that's the 3rd out.
I see over here the place is marked on the floor.
Ready to go.
And we're all going to the left side of the cafeteria wall and shooting back this way.
Billy Wagner takes over on the mound. He has a great slider with tons of movement. Pitches in there. And that is strike 1.
Or anything like that?
That one pulled foul.
You remember
Pitch
seeing
misses.
calling
Count
people?
1 and 2. And another ball.
You get
Hacks and misses. It's a strikeout. Now up to hit Francisco Lindor. That's a bullet, but it goes foul. The 0-1. Just missed.
1 and 1.
That one way outside, and it's 2-1. And strike 2.
Boom, that's cheddar, baby.
Stays alive. And a pitch. Got him swinging for the K. Guessed it right by him. Martinez at the plate for the 2nd time as he takes ball 1. Breaking ball through there for a strike. 2 down, nobody on. Here in the last half of the 3rd. Fights that one away, still 1 and 2.
Any of these students make you upset?
Foul ball, he stays alive. Next offering upstairs.
Is there
It's a
any
good
more
tech.
area around the school that we need to
That one misses. And now 3 and 2.
Everything happened in that.
Lined, and that's a base hit. He saw a lot of pitches in that at bat and found a way to win the battle.
Did anybody correct you? Did you come down here?
Everything came together perfectly for him right there. Other than ripping one into the gap or blasting one over the field, so that depth.
1-0.
Fastball, and he gets out of the way.
If you're a base runner, you've got to stay dialed in here. Look for.
Oh, that plunked him. And that's now twice he's been hitting this one. 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. Here's Brandon Nimmo. Swings and misses. That's strike 1. And that one missing low.
1 and 1.
Next offering is in for a strike. 2 outs. Couple of base runners at 1st and 2nd.
Son of a bitch.
Now a screamer into the outfield. And it's into the gap. Across is the winning run, and they will walk it off.
It's twice this fucking team has walked off on me. There won't be a 3rd time, I promise you that. Finish them here. I need one more stolen base by a left fielder. Let's watch some cartoons. Oh.
All right, everyone, it's finally time to deliver my hot take for the 2024 season. I think the Atlanta Braves are going to be really good. I know. The process of building this monster roster began nearly a decade ago and has led to 5 straight division titles, multiple 100-win seasons, and World Series ring in 2021. The lineup is where everyone's brain immediately turns to, a relentless gauntlet of power, speed, and contact that offers no breathing room to opposing pitchers. It is a waking nightmare for any NL East fan. While their pitching on the other side is certainly impressive and championship caliber in my opinion, I do find it interesting that in the evolution of this team becoming a juggernaut, they kind of shed their initial identity as a pitching factory. Not too long ago, the top of the Braves prospect list was filled with starting pitchers. The original blueprint for their return to supremacy involved the recreation of iconic rotations that won them so many ball games in the 1990s and early 2000s. So today we're going to revisit that initial plan, where things got sidetracked, and where those players ended up all these years later. The Atlanta Braves are now known as a homegrown talent machine, renowned for locking their guys up on team-friendly extensions that, on average, last until you and I are both in our graves. But not too long ago, this franchise had an obscenely bad streak of draft pick duds. Outside of Mike Minor in 2009, the Braves had a devastatingly long run of first-round picks that turned into nothing at the major league level. Minor was worth 3.5 wins above replacement in 5 seasons for the Braves, and did most of his solid pitching for other teams. What's worse is that the rest of the first-round picks from 2008 to 2014 combined for negative WAR altogether, with most of them never playing for the Braves at all. Honestly, most of them were good for just inspiration for naming your Road to the Show player. Braxton Davidson? I didn't know you were allowed to name your kid Braxton. Matthew Lipka? Change that to Matthew Lipka. See what I'm saying? Though they did eventually snag Austin Riley in the 2015 draft, the prioritization of future top selections veered towards starting pitching talent. First, Michael Soroka, taken 28th overall in 2015. Then, Ian Anderson, taken 3rd overall in 2016. And finally, Kyle Wright, taken 5th overall in 2017. While the Braves lost at least 90 games in each of those seasons, they secured a talented farm system with high draft picks and solid trades. Yeah, you heard that right. There was a point in time where the Braves lost 90 games 3 years in a row. I just had to say it again to make sure it's real. This group of 3 stormed through the Braves affiliates and quickly became the faces of a new era in Atlanta. In 2019, the trio ascended to the top of Atlanta's prospect order, ahead of future All-Stars in Austin Riley and William Contreras. The first one up was Michael Soroka. Early on in his minor league days, Soroka established himself as a workhorse. In his second year as a prospect at Single-A, he recorded 143 innings pitched over 25 starts. Then in 2017, he tossed 153 innings as he ascended to Double-A and Triple-A, representing the Braves in the Futures game and being named their minor league pitcher of the year. In May of the following season, Soroka got the call to make his major league debut against the New York Mets at Citi Field, and he didn't disappoint. He yielded just 1 run over 6 solid frames and secured his first win as a big leaguer. In the first 5 starts of his young career, Soroka pitched to a 3.51 ERA in 25 innings, allowing just 1 home run. But despite his pristine health up until that point, recurring shoulder inflammation plagued Soroka and landed him on the injury list. Though there was hope he could return at various points throughout the season, Soroka was officially shut down for the remainder of the year in August. It didn't end there, as aggressive weightlifting earlier in spring training of 2019 would force Soroka to also miss the entire month of March the following year as well. It took until April 18th, nearly a full year after his initial debut, for Soroka to finally return to the mound. And now fully healthy, Soroka embarked on an impressive breakout season. Through his first 8 starts, Soroka never allowed more than 1 earned run, pitching to a 1.07 ERA in over 50 innings, and again just allowing 1 single home run. Though he wasn't striking out the world, he was controlling the strike zone with great efficiency and inducing tons of soft contact. His sinker ball was his most effective pitch, yielding tons of ground balls. Though he took a step back in the months that followed, he still made the All-Star team easily as a 21-year-old, becoming the youngest Braves player ever to make the Midsummer Classic. In 2019, Soroka was Atlanta's top starting pitcher, pitching to an absurd 171 ERA plus in over 170 innings, managing the best home run per 9 rate in baseball at 0.7. His 2.68 ERA was top 5 in baseball, and much of that was because of his dominant sinker, with a plus 13 run value that made it the 6th best sinker in all of baseball. Of pitchers with at least 150 innings in 2019, his 51.2% ground ball rate was 7th best in baseball, right behind his teammate Max Fried. But his best performance came on the biggest stage, with the Braves and Cardinals knotted at a win apiece in a contentious NLDS matchup. Instead of using their ace in Game 1, they they pocketed Mike Soroka for the first game on the road because of his absurd home road splits on the year. He had a 4.14 ERA in 13 home starts and a 1.55 ERA in 16 road starts. Since 1969, Greg Maddux and Roger Clemens are the only pitchers with at least 15 road starts to produce a better ERA than Michael Soroka. Suffice to say, it was a great decision by Braves management. Soroka balled out on the national stage, dominating a potent Cardinals lineup with 7 frames of one-run ball. At one point, retiring 17 batters in a row. He became the youngest pitcher in postseason history to go at least 7 innings without issuing a walk in his postseason debut. The Braves, who were shut out for 8 innings by Adam Wainwright on the other side, managed a heroic 9th-inning comeback to steal Game 3 on the road. In the postgame, the veteran ace Wainwright, who opposed Soroka, said that he was as nasty as any pitcher I've faced in the postseason. I was very impressed. I can't be more impressed, actually. I mean, not only did this guy win 200 games as a big leaguer, he's also the lead singer of the hit song Hey Y'all.
Makes the grab. And that is that. Bottom of the second. Here's some real power at the plate. Pete Alonso.
But unfortunately for Soroka and the Braves, his magic run wouldn't continue past this series, as a 10-run inning ended up promising season for Atlanta in Game 5. Still, Soroka was looked at as the ace of the future for Atlanta. He got his first opening day nod the following season, tossing 6 scoreless innings against the Mets. Dude, can you stop? This is getting kind of annoying. However, his season would last just 3 starts, with Soroka tearing his Achilles tendon just 2 weeks later getting off the mound. For someone who had overcome shoulder issues and arm fatigue, a freak Achilles injury was a cruel twist of fate for Soroka, and this unfortunately would be the first of many in the coming years. Soroka opened the 2021 season on the 60-day injured list, and after a month and a half, he suffered a setback in his rehab while closing in on a return. He fully re-tore that same Achilles and was forced to undergo a second surgery, ending his 2021 season before he ever got the chance to throw a pitch. As many of you know, this was the Braves World Series year. Soroka failed to appear in 2022, and in 2023, though he made a triumphant return, it was clear that after 3 years on the sidelines, he wouldn't ever be the same pitcher that he was when he was 21 years old. He now pitches for the Chicago White Sox after an off-season trade, with his 2019 season far in the rearview mirror. His Braves won without him in 2021, and a big reason for that was another young starting pitcher, initially listed below Soroka on their 2019 prospects list. He surged to stardom under the brightest lights just like Soroka did. A quick interruption on today's video to thank today's sponsor, which is the DraftKings Sportsbook. As you and I both know, baseball season is finally back underway. Right now, if you use promo code OLIVE, you can bet $5 and win $150 in bonus bets instantly. And if sports betting is not yet legal in your state, you can still get it on the phone with DraftKings Daily Fantasy for a shot to win daily cash prizes. So if you're interested, use my promo code OLIVE. It's a great deal. You bet $5 of your own money, and you win $150 in bonus bets instantly at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Thank you to them for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get back to the story of these 3 Braves pitchers. While Soroka was staking his
motherfucker comes in and allows a fucking home run.
Anderson was blazing through the minor leagues, ready to join him at any moment. 4 years prior, he tied Steve Avery for the highest drafted Braves pitcher in franchise history, going 3rd overall in 2015. 2 years after Soroka represented the Braves at the Futures game, Anderson did the same. 2 years after Soroka was named Braves Minor League Pitcher of the Year, Anderson did the same. In 2020, for the first time ever, Ian Anderson and Michael Soroka were in the same rotation, but that only lasted for all of 1 week, and Soroka went down with his injury. Ian Anderson, though, trudged onward. His big league debut went wonderfully, outdueling Garrett Cole by allowing 1 run in 6 innings and getting the win against a New York team, just like Soroka did in his debut. These similarities are going to continue. Anderson was excellent for the Braves, pitching to a minuscule 1.95 ERA over 6 starts during the 2020 season, which was 4th best among all pitchers with at least 30 innings thrown. He allowed just 1 home run along the way, just like Soroka did in his brief rookie campaign. And as if there weren't enough similarities with his would-be rotation mate already, Anderson also dominated in the spotlight during his first playoff starts ever. He silenced the Reds over 6 innings to outduel Luis Castillo and clinched the NL Wildcard Series. Then he did the same to the Marlins to beat out Pablo Lopez and win Game 2 of the NLDS. He allowed just 2 runs over 7 innings in 2 starts against the Dodgers in the NLCS. Though the Braves' run would end there in 7 games, Anderson established himself as the next big thing in Atlanta's rotation, as fans eagerly dreamt of a rotation of him, Max Fried, and Michael Soroka when he finally returned. return. He embarked on his first full season in 2021 and got off to a roaring start. In his first dozen games, he managed a 3.26 ERA over 66 innings, and he looked destined to make his first All-Star game at age 23. But disaster struck in the second half. After getting shelled by the Marlins, Anderson hit the injured list with shoulder inflammation, sitting on the sidelines for 7 weeks. Upon his return, he pitched well in the final month of the season, though the Braves had to be very cautious with his pitch counts as they prepared for a postseason run. Overall, Anderson's 2021 stats landed in a decent spot, with a 3.58 ERA and 128 innings, good for a 121 ERA plus and a 5th place finish in National League Rookie of the Year voting. But the thing is, people don't remember his regular season much because of what he was about to do on a Braves October run that'll last forever. After a dominant run with no fans in attendance during their playoff run the year prior, Anderson seemingly got better with fans in the stands and heightened pressure in 2021. Anderson dealt 5 shutout frames to win Game 3 of the division series against the Brewers, but he saved his best performance of his career for the biggest stage possible, pitching the first World Series game in the history of Truist Park against the Astros. With the series knotted at 1 win apiece, Anderson left it all out on the mound. He tossed 5 no-hit innings against the class of the American League, leading the way on a Game 3 shutout and paving the way for the Braves' eventual World Series victory. As it stands, Ian Anderson is one of just 6 pitchers in the last 60 years of baseball with at least 30 playoff innings and an ERA below 1.5, a list that includes Sandy Koufax and Mariano Rivera. This is not to slack on Ian Anderson at all because he was excellent in 2021 during the playoffs, but this kind of reminds me of the Thaddeus Young meme because it's Ian Anderson and then, one of the best starters, one of the best closers. You guys get what I'm saying. But as it stands, this was certainly the apex of Anderson's big league career. Perhaps it was the workload of the season prior, perhaps it was big league hitting catching up to him, but whatever lighting was caught in a bottle during that last October had certainly been released by the following year. Anderson's ERA sat well above 5 through his first 3 months of 2022, with his walks spiraling out of control and far more home run balls served up than the season before. Despite performing better in July, Anderson was leading the league in free passes issued, and the Braves lost confidence in their playoff hero, demoting him to AAA in August. Just a short month later, a sprained oblique ended his season abruptly, putting a close to his disappointing 2022. Maybe the craziest part of all is that we haven't seen Ian Anderson since that demotion. In 2023, he lost his spring training battle for rotation spots to Bryce Elder and Jared Schuster and had a disastrous start to his AAA season, as Anderson went down with a torn UCL requiring Tommy John surgery. Anderson had been dealing with elbow pain for quite a long time, and only after this blow-up at AAA did he finally admit to the team how severe it was. As it stands, he's still currently part of the Braves organization. There's no set timeline for his return, likely looking towards the 2025 season. But in all that time that Ian Anderson took to come up from the minors, make his mark with absolute thunder, and then fade into the background, another young ace was figuring out his own journey right alongside him. Though he too never got to share a rotation with Michael Soroka, Kyle Wright was viewed as a big piece of the plan for Atlanta's future starting rotation. In 2017, he was the third of 3 pitchers selected within the top 5 picks of the draft, alongside Hunter Green and Mackenzie Gore. He surged from low A to AAA in just 2 years, keeping the ball in the ballpark and controlling the strike zone with great efficiency, getting his first MLB shot at just 22 years old in 2018. However, he took a while to find his footing, getting a handful of chances from 2018 to 2021, but never excelling in his opportunities. His ERA sat above 6 in 70 innings of work cumulatively over these 4 years. Funnily enough, even without a proper resume, Wright got a World Series roster spot in 2021, holding Houston to just 1 run and 5 2/3 innings of work out of the bullpen. Despite only 6 2/3 innings in the regular season, his 5 2/3 innings in the World Series was second highest among Braves pitchers, only to Max Fried. With Charlie Morton in a down year, Ian Anderson at AAA, and Michael Soroka struggling in his rehab, the breakout of Kyle Wright could not have come at a better time for the Braves. Wright made his knuckle curveball his new primary pitch, upping the usage by 20% and prioritizing both that and his changeup over his fastball and slider, which were his former primary and secondary pitches. Much like Soroka, he became a ground ball specialist, with opposing hitters managing a 4-degree launch angle against him in 2022. His ground ball rate skyrocketed to 55.1% in 2022, which was the 3rd best mark in MLB, only behind Logan Webb and Framber Valdez. Wright ended up leading the major leagues in wins in his breakout campaign. And take that however you want, but his 21-5 record was the first 20-win season by a Braves pitcher in 20 years. He backed that up with a 128 ERA plus in 180 innings, both career best marks. He ranked in the top 25 for all major pitching categories among big league hurlers, forming a fearsome Braves trio behind Max Fried and ahead of a young Spencer Strider Strider. On the opposite end of Soroka, Kyle Wright loved pitching at home far more than he did in his road starts. He pitched over 100 innings with a 2.86 ERA at Truist Park in 17 starts during 2022, one of just 2 years ever to go under a 3.0 mark with 100 Truist innings alongside Max Fried that very same year. Speaking of which, the greatest performance of his season and career came in a home game, unsurprisingly. With the Braves shockingly dropping Game 1 of the NLDS to the rival Philadelphia Phillies at home, Kyle Wright towed the rubber, needing to give Atlanta a shot to at least win one game before going on the road. In a great modern pitching duel, he outlasted Ace Zach Wheeler, dealing 6 shutout frames against a potent pinstripe lineup. He allowed just 3 base runners and led the Braves to what would become their only postseason win of 2022. But as we know, heading into 2023, the prospective Dream rotation took a significant hit, and while Spencer Strider soared to new heights, Kyle Wright did not join him. He made the opening day roster, but Wright never pitched a complete 6 innings in any of his first 5 starts through the beginning of May before hitting the injured list with a right shoulder strain. He wouldn't return from the injured list stint for 4 months, returning in September for a handful of rough appearances to close the year. After his breakout 2022 campaign, Wright finished 2023 with an ERA near 7 in 31 innings, and yeah, after saving the Braves season, even if it was just for a moment, he failed to make the Braves playoff roster the next year. He'd undergo right shoulder surgery instead, causing him to miss the entirety.
And that should be extra bases.
No, he didn't get much of that one, but it's going to look like a line drive in the box score tomorrow. He clearly didn't catch that one on the big part of the bat.
3 Braves who had the best pitching season in 3 of their last 5 seasons will not pitch for them this year. 2 of the 3 aren't even in the organization anymore. But the most messed up thing of all is that Atlanta will be totally fine without them. Still, it's hard to not play the what-if game with this trio of starting pitchers, as even one of them maintaining the level they pitched to in years past could take the Braves from an elite team with a great rotation to an elite team with an elite rotation. Imagine if they had all 3 healthy and still going strong. This might have been the greatest team ever assembled. But that'll do it for today's video. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you leave a like on the video and subscribe to the Jolly Off channel. I'd really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys next time.
Line drive. Gets down, base hit. Run comes in from second. It's 2-0.
Well, he comes through clutch with the RBI single. That was big. Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the...
Harper takes it to the bat.
The number 1 overall pick is not only a chance to rebuild your team, but a chance to draft a generational talent that can be the face of your franchise. Some teams luck out, and they receive a pick that's MLB ready from the day they were drafted. And others end up like the Astros, who had 3 straight number 1 overall picks, yet only one saw consistent time in the majors. The second refused to play, and the third took nearly 10 years to reach the majors. What happened to every number 1 overall pick since 2010? And where are they today?
Just
missed with that backdoor breaking ball. If he gets a swing and miss or called strike, 0-2 count. Instead, it's 1-1. Look for him to go back to that pitch later in this at.
In 2010, the number 1 overall pick was Bryce Harper, the 7-time All-Star, NL Rookie of the Year, 2-time NL MVP, and NLCS MVP. Bryce Harper started out as the most hyped-up baseball prospect of all time. He went to Las Vegas High School, and if I were to say that he quickly became a star there, that would be the understatement of the century. This was the same kid that at 15 years old hit a home run 570 feet. Harper was basically baseball Jesus at LDHS, and in May of 2009, at 16 years old, he was featured on the cover of Sports Illustrated with the text comparing him to LeBron James by similarly called baseball's chosen. After Harper's sophomore year of high school, he realized he was too good for the competition, so he got his GED and attended the College of Southern Nevada, a JUCO school, as a 16-year-old. Here, Harper faced better competition and still dominated. He had more home runs and RBIs than anyone else while using a wooden bat. This notoriety continued until draft day, when the Nationals lucked out with the chance at possibly one of the easiest number 1 overall selections in baseball history. After 2 years in the minor leagues, he made his MLB debut with the Nationals
in 2012 at 19 years old.
Left-hand hitter waits.
To put it into perspective, in 2012, Bryce Harper was nearly 10 years younger than the average MLB player. And despite that, during his rookie season, he made an All-Star game, becoming the second youngest player to ever
offering
make
is outside.
At this point, Bryce was a rookie and already considered a bona fide star. He played the game harder than any player in the league. This, along with his cocky attitude, made him an easy target. He was hated by players, coaches, and fans. This was on prime display when in his rookie season, Cole Hamels purposely hit him without ever meeting him before. Hamels, when asked about the situation, said, "I was trying to hit him. I'm not going to deny it." I think, unfortunately, the league's protecting certain players and making it not that old-school prestigious way of baseball. And, in classic Bryce Harper fashion, after getting plunked by Hamels, he proceeded to steal home. Harper didn't let the hate affect him as he won the National League Rookie of the Year award. The next 2 seasons were up and down for him. He battled injuries and didn't play over 120 games in either season. But 2015 was when Harper took over the baseball world. He was tied for the National League home run champion with 42 home runs, while leading baseball in on-base percentage and slugging percentage. He was named the NL MVP by a unanimous decision. At 22 years old, he was one of the youngest MLB players to ever win the award. Even though he won MVP, everyone still hated him. He constantly got into fights with opponents and even his own teammates. Harper's numbers declined from video game numbers to still well above average in the next few seasons. He was voted as the most overrated player in baseball 4 times, but Bryce seeked to prove everyone wrong, as he'd be moving to a new team during the 2018 offseason. There were many teams interested in Bryce Harper.
Here's Acuna now. Grounded out his
But
first
one team
time.
stood out. As a free agent, Harper signed a 13-year, $330 million contract with the Phillies, the richest contract in the history of North American sports at the time. His first season with the Phillies, Harper declined yet again, and things did not look good for the Phillies' future with this contract. Fans across baseball continued to hate him and called him overrated.
A double play that one. Bottom of the inning, and now it's Alex Bohm.
In 2021, Bryce returned to form, leading the league in OPS and winning the NL MVP. The next season, he helped lead the Phillies to their first postseason appearance in 11 years and produced some of the clutchest hits in Phillies history.
2 strikes for Bryce Harper. Suarez delivers. Swings.
Did pretty quickly, no messing around right there. I really like that swing, man. He didn't just push it the other way through the infield. He drove it that way, and it kind of makes me think he was thinking opposite field as he stepped into the box. Got a pitch he liked, and he got it
Harper,
done.
throughout his career, has been able to put the pressure of the big moment aside and produce for his team.
I dropped out of high school at 16. I got my GED, went into JUCO, and it was like I have to be the number 1 pick. That's the pressure, right? That was the pressure. I have to be the number 1 pick. I have to be the number 1 pick. I have to go in there. If I'm a failure, I'm the failure. You know, I have to be able to get my family out, and that was the pressure. Now all this is cake. This is what it's all about. This is the fun part of that.
The big moment is what's fun for Bryce, and the pressure of his career is over. Harper's talent and terrific mindset has helped him live up to the status of one of the most hyped up prospects of all time.
The lead runner at second. 2 on now with 2 away.
The top 2 names in the 2011 MLB draft were Trevor Bauer and Garrett Cole. Yet the crazy thing is, these 2 players have one of the most notorious rivalries in baseball. Bauer is one of the most controversial players for a multitude of reasons. And Garrett Cole was possibly one of the first people to see Trevor Bauer in a bad light. Spending 3 years together at UCLA, they got to know each other, and they were by no means a friendly duo. Bauer had a very unorthodox training method,
that he started from a young age when he couldn't break the 80-mile-an-hour mark. Garrett Cole was considered the team leader at UCLA, and Bauer was considered an outcast. This mostly related to Bauer not working with the team and focusing on his unordinary training method that did not involve lifting weights like most of the other players. UCLA's coach let him continue this training method as long as he pitched well. Garrett Cole did not like this because he was the best pitcher on the team and did not like the special treatment that Bauer got. Cole's time at UCLA was filled with stellar performances, leading to his selection at the #1 overall pick in the 2011 draft by the Pittsburgh Pirates. As for his former teammate and rival, Trevor Bauer, he went third to the Diamondbacks. Quickly after the 2012 season, Bauer was moved to the Guardians. Then, after the 2017 season, Cole was moved to the Astros. It was around this time where both pitchers were nearing their prime. In 2018, Cole finished 5th in Cy Young voting, and Bauer finished 6th. Then, in 2019, Cole finished 2nd in Cy Young voting, with Justin Verlander barely robbing him, earning his 2nd of 3 career Cy Young awards. That season, Bauer wasn't a Cy Young contender, with an ERA plus barely above league average. Then, when the 2020 shortened season rolled around, Bauer returned to form, while Garrett Cole was flexing his consistency in a new ballpark for the Yankees. Cole finished the season 4th in Cy Young voting, proving himself as a consistent star pitcher. But this season was the best season of Bauer's career, posting an absolutely jaw-dropping 2.84 ERA plus, which is 2nd all-time post-integration with at least 15 innings pitched. He also had a 7.95 whip, which is 3rd all-time post-integration. And of course, he won the NL Cy Young. Now, the sample size in the 2020 season is admittedly smaller, but these numbers are still absolutely insane. What is more interesting about this 2020 season is the scandal involving all pitchers across baseball. Trevor Bauer and Garrett Cole were both flooding the media when the sticky stuff was on full display. Now, this didn't just start in 2020. Bauer had been vocal about this as early as 2018, when he made a joke about it on Twitter. But in the 2020 season, Bauer realized that MLB was not enforcing the rules around sticky substances and made his own concoction, raising his pitches spin rates to some of the highest in MLB. Cole, at the time, was radio silent.
Just like we saw. Boom in the box now. Take strike 1. And that's through there for a strike. The Phillies down to their final strike. They tried to get him to chase on a slider down and away.
But when MLB started to crack down on the sticky substances, both players' spin rates dropped significantly, as did spin rates across the league. This did not faze Cole, as he finished 2nd in Cy Young voting that year. And as for Bauer, he wasn't even in consideration, and during the offseason, got into more drama, being handed the longest suspension in MLB history. I'm not going to get into the drama in this video, especially because this section was meant to be about Garrett Cole. But it's hard to go over his history without mentioning Bauer. This would mark the end of their rivalry, as Bauer was out of the league, and Cole was again proving his consistency, and was still dominating. In 2022, Cole had another great year, leading baseball in strikeouts. Then, in 2023, Cole led MLB in innings pitched and ERA+. He finally got the Cy Young Award that he was barely snubbed of twice during his career. Over the last decade, Cole has been one of the best pitchers in baseball, and was no doubt the best pitcher in his draft class, which was a draft class loaded with pitching talent. But the next draft class was the year of hitters. In 2012, the Astros had the 1st overall pick. The top player in the 2012 draft was between Carlos Correa and Byron Buxton. The Astros also viewed pitcher Mark Appel as a possible option due to the team's lack of pitching in the farm system. After hard consideration, they made Carlos Correa the #1 overall pick. Correa in the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy played lights-out defense, hit for power to all parts of the field, and had very little flaws in his game. With all this raw talent playing shortstop at 6'4", many scouts and analysts compared Correa to Alex Rodriguez.
This left big shoes for him to fill, but Correa dominated throughout the minors and was the Astros' top prospect. In 2014, he took a hard slide into a base and fractured his fibula. This seemed like it could be a career-altering injury, though Correa was able to get it repaired by installing a plate into his leg. This surgery was great in the short term as it was able to get Correa back to the field relatively quick, but in the long term, this injury could end up costing Correa tons of money. By 2015, the Astros were ready to call up Correa at only 20 years old. In his first year in the big leagues, he lived up to the hype, hitting 22 home runs with a 135 OPS plus to winning the American League Rookie of the Year. Correa was a huge part of the Astros team that snapped a 10-year playoff drought and made their first playoff appearance since they moved to the American League. He followed up this season with a similar year in 2016, but in 2017, Correa and the Astros put it all together. Correa reduced his strikeout rate significantly in 2017, and as a result, improved his on-base percentage 30 points. This was maybe the best year of his career, as he hit .315 with 24 home runs and was selected to his first career All-Star game. The Astros built a special young core with Altuve, Bregman, Springer, and Correa. All four had career seasons and helped the Astros have the best offense in baseball, en route to winning 101 games. The Astros went into the playoffs red hot, beating the Red Sox in the ALDS. Then, in the ALCS, the Astros took down the Yankees in 7 games. In this series, the Astros dominated at home, winning all 4 games, despite losing all 3 road games. The Astros squared off against the Dodgers in one of the most star-studded World Series of all time. The series went back and forth and was tied 2-2 heading into Game 5. With the series on the line, the Astros won a thriller, 13-12 in 10 innings, thanks to an Alex Bregman walk-off single. Correa stepped up big in this game, going 3 for 5 with a double, a homer, and 3 RBIs. The Astros fell 3-1 in Game 6, but ultimately got the job done in Game 7, winning 5-1 and clinching the World Series. At this time, Correa and the Astros were admired across baseball, but the Astros had a secret to their success, something that nobody else knew about until 2 years later.
Home runs.
Throughout the season, the Astros stole their opponent's signs using cameras and relayed them to the batter using methods such as banging trash cans.
They would look at the TV monitor and then be able to see the signs of the catcher and then have some type of audible sound or like a bang on something to relay that to the hitter on what type of pitch was coming.
When this was discovered, it began one of the biggest scandals in sports history. The Astros coaches and GMs were fired, but all players received immunity. This decision caused backlash from the media and players across the league. One player that was outspoken about the Astros cheating scandal was Dodgers star Cody Bellinger.
They've been cheating for 3 years, so do you think they cheated in 18 and 19?
I mean, 100%. I don't know why they would stop. Do whatever, but like, man, they got something going on in Houston. Like, these guys are a different team at home.
Correa responded to Bellinger in a way that caused even more turmoil between the two.
So when he talks about that we cheated for 3 years, I mean, he either doesn't know how to read, is really bad at reading comprehension, or is just not informed at all. You should get informed. You should be informed before you talk about other players. If you don't know the facts, then you gotta chill.
Correa had begun a beef with Bellinger and the Dodgers, and when they played in 2020, things got ugly.
The right fielder, Ronald Acuna Jr.
That's just what he did, and he got a swing and a miss from Correa to get out of the inning. Joe Kelly. The benches have cleared.
Sink on that fastball out of the hand looks so good.
I think that the word cheater has been used at least a dozen times.
Since the sign stealing scandal, Correa's numbers have dropped. He was one of the most hated players in MLB, and it looked like his career was on a fast decline. Until 2021, Correa regained his old form and had an amazing comeback season. He hit a career-high 26 home runs. He led all of MLB with 20 defensive runs saved while winning his first career Gold Glove and finishing 5th in MVP voting. He helped lead the Astros to the World Series yet again, unfortunately losing to the Braves in 6 games. This season for Correa made him the hottest name going to free agency. Surprising, he took a smaller 3-year deal with the Minnesota Twins for $105.3 million. The market was not as interested as Correa expected, so he took this deal as a prove-it deal, where he had the option to opt out after each of the first 2 seasons and to retest the free agency market. In the first year of his deal with Minnesota,
babe. Come on, babe.
The first, no chance at the double play with the runner in motion. Here's the center fielder, Ken Griffey Jr. Fouled off. He was late.
As a pitcher, you know the runner on second is ready to push things with his speed. A base hit's probably going to be a big run, so you really have to execute on the mound.
And a pitch. And there's the strike.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Next pitch misses. Now 1-2.
1 ball, 2
Recognize that changeup right out of the hand. Just spit on it.
Sharp grounder. That's through for a base hit. Runner around third on his way to the plate. He scores and they have the lead. 1-0.
Well, he gets it done in a big spot to get the run across. There's nothing cheap about the way he got that one through the infield. That was ripped.
So my left hand is that they say it's my right
Didn't
hand.
get under it like he would have liked, but definitely put a good swing on it.
There goes Junior. Swing and a miss. Real Muto throws not in time. It's a stolen base.
High leg kick hangs in the air, but he read it nicely, and now in scoring position to add on to this lead.
In the dirt. Nice job behind the plate there. Misses inside. And it's 1-2.
1-2.
Well, he's so great about hitting the ball the other way. He gets those arms extended. So right there, just trying to straighten him up a little bit so he doesn't have as much outside plate coverage.
At the belt and fires. The shortstop takes the ball. Got him. Inning over.
Makes no sense, but it is.
So digging in now for Philadelphia, Trey Turner.
You know, this guy's great speed is in the back of that pitcher's mind. If he can get on, it's going to give him one more thing he's got to think about.
The wide to kick the pitch. That's out to center field. Griffey gets under it. Brings it in. And there's one down. With Merrifield up to the plate.
Second base. Merrifield.
And fouled off. One down. Phillies down a run. Out in front and foul to the left side. The 0-2. Fights it off. You'll see another. The wind of the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And now here is Harper.
Harper.
That one at the knees for a strike.
Tired or not, he's relentless with the way he pitches. He might be exhausted out there, but his stuff is still nasty.
Up the middle, Alexander sends it to first, and that ends the inning. Welcome back, and we've got a new arm on the mound to start the second. Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
Here's the second baseman, Jordan Westberg. And a pitch. Foul ball there.
Power relievers one after another coming out of the bullpen these days. Got to be ready for that first pitch heater.
Just missed.
It's a good take.
1-2.
Now one missed. Gets a piece and stays alive. The pitch.
Ball. Full count.
In the air, right field.
Straight to him.
Corrals it. One away. And now it's Travis d'Arnaud at the plate. Outfield deep here, trying to prevent anything over their heads. And the first offering is not close. And
that's
another ball. One out, bases empty.
2-0.
The 2-1. That one fouled off. Just missing there. And now it's 3-2.
Caught a break right there. Pretty good pitch on the outside corner.
And a base hit right there.
Well, that was one of those high percentage advantage counts where batting averages are just so much higher. That pretty much split the zone down the middle, and those are the ones where you got to make them pay.
Number 22 stands in here, leaves that one off the inside. And a good eye there.
That's the ball. 2 balls, no strikes.
Right-hander kick steals. And a swing and a miss.
Wow, good luck catching up to that one.
Next offering misses, and now 3-1.
3-1.
Right-handed reliever fouls one away, and now 3-2. Sharp grounder, that's through for a base hit. They fired in quickly, so it's first and second with only one away. Out of the bullpen for the Phillies, Connor Brogdon.
Pretty tight game, so they're looking for quality pitches out of him right here. Got to do his best to keep the score right where it is.
Into center field, that'll fall for a hit. Rounds third, headed for the plate. And they almost caught him, but he's back in time.
That's now 3 hits in a row for the offense. Everything was on time and fluid in that swing. Got a pitch he could get the barrel on and lined it into center for the knock. Those always feel good.
Acuna swings through that one as he comes to the plate for the second time today. In the dirt, but kept close. Nothing happening on the bases, though.
Okay.
So, first and third, one down. Swing and a miss. And the count 1-2.
Big pitch right here. He's going to try to make a pitch that's going to produce a strikeout or a ground ball double play.
Struck
Good
him
pitch.
out
That was a
looking.
really good pitch.
And a big sigh of relief from the mound with that called third strike. Ohtani,
Oh my God, I was way early.
for strike one.
No, it said I was good. I missed it.
But you don't want to take these opportunities for granted. With 2 outs, still lock in with a quality at bat. Drive in that run. You may not have another run.
Well, we'll hold that thought. Back. Here, Citizens Bank Park. Bottom half of inning number 2. Kyle Schwarber comes up to hit here. And that clips the inside corner.
Good pitch down around the knees. You want to be there all game. In a park like this, a pop-up sometimes will carry out.
And here it comes. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. Here's a 1-2. And another ball.
Well, he missed a hittable off-speed pitch right there. Not sure exactly with the timing. Sometimes you get a backup breaking ball. You're expecting it to make its move at the end. It never does. And you're tied up.
Nick Castellanos, batting with 1 down, takes a strike. Just missed.
That's low. That's a ball.
Base is empty, 1 away. Bottom half of inning number 2. Strike 2.
He normally does damage on that pitch in that location. Just a swing and a miss there. I don't think you want to throw it again, though.
Swings through it for the K. Couldn't catch up to the heater. Bryson Stott stands in now and watches strike 1. A big swing and a miss. 2 outs, base is empty. Next offering upstairs.
Really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
Swing and a miss. Struck. We're back to start the 3rd, and there's a new arm on the mound, Orion Kirkering.
Well, they gave up on that pitch early, and it ended up staying in the zone. I'm sure he's kicking himself and would like that pitch again.
Swing and a miss. And that's strike 2. On the ground to 3rd. Stott over to first in time. And a quick out number 1. So here's the cleanup hitter, Ken Griffey Jr. And first offering is fouled off. Kirkering, a righty that throws with power. 23 years old. And he was a 5th round pick in 2022. And a seed into center. That's a base hit. So they get a man aboard with a 1-out single.
Couldn't have timed it up any better than that. You'll often hear the phrase short to it, long through it. And
there goes Junior. Swing and a miss.
Oh, good arm by JT.
A bullet from JT Realmuto. Way outside, and now it's even 1-1. Two outs.
Pretty legal.
He's got it, and that'll end the inning. As we go. They hand the ball over to a new arm, Joe Kelly.
And he's got a big-time breaking ball to contend with. Hitters going to have to pick it up early if they're going to have any chance.
And he grounds one to the right side. Slings to first. One gone, bottom of the 3rd inning. Brandon Marsh steps to the plate.
Couple of pitches and a quick out.
And immediately pumps in a strike to the left-handed hitter. Next one is off the plate. And the count is 1-2. One down, base is empty. Foul off the plate. They'll do it again. And a 1-2. And they'll do it again. Left-hand batter waits.
Ball.
And another ball.
2-2.
Got it by him for the K. Last chance for the Phillies. And now it's Alec Bohm. Swing and a miss.
No ball.
That's strike 1. Right through there for a strike. Kelly is just one strike away. Got it. And that is the ball game. 2-0 your final here in this one. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew.
Bye.
Hello, baseball fans, and welcome. MLB The Show brings you Diamond Dynasty Baseball. It's the Drillers taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. And here is Ronald Acuna Jr. The pitch. That's to third. He gets there with the slide. Over to first. And that's a great play for the out. Here's Shohei Ohtani.
He's a big, strong guy, can untie this game with one swing.
That pitch gets the inside corner, and that is strike one.
He's dealing with a great two-strike hitter right here. The strikeout is not automatic.
And
one
ball
ball,
one. Not close with that one. Now 2-2. One down, base is empty. Just missed.
No, he's not afraid to fall into a two-strike count. Knows the strike zone very well, so much so that I think umpires will look at him to determine whether it's a ball or strike if he swings or not.
See,
Here's Mike Trout.
I kept it
No swing and a miss, and that's strike one. 2 outs, base is empty. That one hit to right. Castellanos moves on it. Brings it in for the third out. Bottom of the first, and here is Trey Turner. As he turns on the rubber, with that good live arm delivers. That catches the top part of the zone. That's strike one. Right through there for a strike. Good swinging, and that's the first out. With Merrifield up to the plate, just on the inside edge.
Unfortunately, he met with an untimely death in a boating accident.
And you want me to disguise myself as Gadget and play.
And a swing and a miss. And 2 away now.
Every year at this conference, secret plans.
Bryce Harper, the next to hit, takes ball one. Swing and a miss as he was out front.
1-1.
Way out front for strike 2.
1-2. They'd have a chance against me.
That one just missing inside. And that's 2-2. And the slider just misses.
Full count.
Outside, and that is ball 4. Kyle Schwarber comes up to hit here.
One of the things about that 2-out walk, the base runner over at first base is going to have a very aggressive secondary lead. So a ball down the line or into the gap will produce a 2-out RBI, and those are the best. That is, if you are the offensive side of it.
And a swing and a miss, and that's that. Back here in Philadelphia.
Yes, you guys know, right?
Second inning set to go. And now the center fielder, Ken Griffey Jr. Missing inside, and that is ball one. Checks a swing, now an appeal to third. And yes, he did. He went around. It's a 1-1. There's the strike at the knees.
You cheat?
He cheated to you. He put the rule against him too.
Swings and misses, struck him out. Real Muto to first. And quickly one away in the second. Now here is Blaze Alexander. Line and a base hit into right.
Sir impersonator, presto changeo.
So man of one now
Attempting
with
to
one away.
infiltrate police secret meetings. Your mission is to find him before he learns any secret plans.
He can handle. Just
This message will
down the middle. I mean,
self-destruct.
those are the ones you dream about. Ones in the
First offering. Runner goes. It's a pitch out. Throw. Tag.
Good call for a pitch out.
JT Real Muto. And that one fouled off. Second inning here, no score. And a foul ball.
You and Green take in the slides, Betty. Always duty.
2 down, nobody on.
Just sounds like he can do something like
Ball.
you better.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Some investigating of my own to do.
Wouldn't chase that time. Foul ball, and it remains a full count. Two outs. Swing and a miss. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And here is Nick Castellanos. The line of the pitch. Right side, hard hit. Grandal takes it himself. That's one out, the bottom of the second. This is Bryson Stott. Aaron Bummer taking over on the mound.
And they felt it was time to bring on a left-handed reliever from the pen with the lefty hitter coming up. I think it's a good move. I know I never liked when opposing teams did that to me.
All tied up, bottom half of inning number 2. Next pitch is downstairs. Got it, looking for the K. And up to the plate is JT Real Muto. In there for strike 1.
Just him.
Swing and a high fly ball down the left field line, but hooking foul. Bummer deals.
It's for a very suspicious street cleaner out there. Good work, Gadget. Follow it up. Yes, sir,
roll to first. Grandal whips it to first. And Real. We're back to start the third, and there's a new arm on the mound. Sir Anthony Dominguez. And now the catcher comes up to him. Travis d'Arnaud. Hard on the ground to first. Harper steps on the bag. Leadoff hitter gone in the third. Here's the third baseman.
Those plays can be tricky. They're routine, but that doesn't mean it's always going to be smooth. She delivered a good play right there.
This to third. Fires across the diamond. And that quickly. 2 away. Yasmani Grandal now at the plate as he swings through strike 1.
130.
Swings and blasts one deep to left center. Hits the fence. Around first, digging for 2. Schwarber fires it in quickly. Runner holds at second, so another base hit could get us the first run of the game.
Anywhere. Must be him. A cheap fake mustache won't fool Inspector Clinton.
And here is Ronald Acuna Jr. He's 0 for 1.
Another disguise. She must be trying to lose me.
Runner breaks for third. Pitch misses. Throw, save. That's a stolen base. Man, is he fast.
That's so fun to watch.
And he grounds one back up the middle. Base hit.
You're
And
doing?
was swooped through the infield. Runner from third in to score. On the board first, it's 1-0.
Well, that at bat had a lot.
Gregory Soto on the pitch here.
Bringing in the lefty with the left-handed hitter coming up to hit.
Runner on the go. Pitch in for a strike. Real Muto throws. Not in time. It's a stolen base.
When he turned,
Acuna stands at second with 2 gone.
big moves.
Swing and a miss.
That's no change-o. You're under arrest.
Inspector
Now into the
Gadget.
game,
I'm
Jock
knowing this
Peterson.
girl.
He takes over as the new first baseman.
You know I'm Inspector Gadget.
Oh, just a hunch.
In the air, out
This
towards
girl is
left
definitely
center.
not your Presto Changeo or whatever you
And
call
there's one
her.
back.
It's a presto change-o is a man. What?
Joe Kelly gets the call from the pen.
And I can't imagine any save is an easy one. You're holding a small lead on the scoreboard, and you know those hitters are going to give you the best at-bats they can. So it's always high stress. Let's see what he's got here to try and close it out.
Not even close there. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Battling here as he fouls it away. And that one upstairs.
Man, oh man, I don't know how you take that pitch. That's as close as it gets.
Good job to fight that one off.
Always having a tough time getting a pitch by him. As a hitter, you feel pretty confident that you're seeing different pitches still able to make some type of contact.
Brings it in. 2 away. Trey Turner down.
Well, such a confidence boost for a reliever to come into the ball game and get the first hitter he faces. Just makes everything slow down a little bit, and then from there can really settle in.
Next offering is downstairs.
Well, an interesting situation. One swing you can tie up the ball game, but if you're patient and work a walk, then you bring the game-winning run to the plate.
And a swing and a miss, and that is the ball game. 1-0 the final for Chris Singleton and our entire.
Presto change-o. You've got 5 seconds to come on there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Presto change-o. I'm coming in.
Gadget? I'm glad I found you. Any luck with that presto change-o business? That reminds me. Did you hear that they changed the time of the meeting?
1:30?
So you do know. Well, I'll see you there.
Yes. When is the meeting? In 10 minutes, man will be in possession of the plans to stay ahead of the police force for a full year. And Inspector Gadget will make the world safe for crime. Inspector Gadget may return after these messages. The Transformers. It means the Transformers, more than meets the eye. The Transformers, robots in the skies.
Get more Autobots.
The Transformers, meets the eye. Transformers, from Astro.
A little, 2 little, 3 little,
The Cabbage Patch Kids posable figures, each sold separately from the Nosh Place.
It's the Cabbage Patch Kids hide and seek game.
Here we go round the cabbage to make a match, to make a match. Here we go round the cabbage patch, looking for 12 little kids.
12 little kids are hiding in the Cabbage Patch. You have to find them and match them to the cards.
Find the boy and the child. The kids, the Cabbage Patch Kids.
You need fast hands and a good memory, because you have to find the kids before they hide again.
The Cabbage Patch Kids.
The Cabbage Patch Kids hide and seek game from Milton Press.
It's the Mickey Mouse talking phone.
You can come over for a party. You call Tom Dick. Okay.
With the Mickey Mouse talking phone, the battery is not included. With the Mickey Mouse talking phone, you can call 6 different Disney characters. Mickey Mouse talking phone from Hasbro's preschool division.
And now back to Inspector Gadget.
The world fight for crime.
Hey, what's going on here?
Arrest that man in here. He's trying to infiltrate the top security members.
Inspector Gadget. This girl is listening at your door. She wanted me to arrest you.
But you see, this is no ordinary girl. This is actually the diabolically clever Presto Changeo. Arrest her at once.
Yes, sir.
You're making a big mistake. I'm Inspector Gadget's niece, and she's not Gadget.
Impeccable research. I actually do have a niece.
Okay, Miss Changeo, let's go.
Well, gentlemen, we're just waiting for Inspector Gadget, and then we can begin. Oh, you devil, you!
Gentlemen,
Alright, we'll open up some packs. What time is it? Ah, shoot, it's time to go. We'll open up packs.
Go with Presto Changeo.
We'll open up packs tomorrow. I want that card. Alright, we'll open up packs tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Until next time.